here. I was talking with French people. Today we will address the problem of overknowing as um, a source of civilization collapse, I guess. All good problems make civilization collapse. So, I guess the textbook example of an overknower would be the hire, right? Who I had some issues with the other day, stemming from the fact that he's an overknower, right? He wants to know things he doesn't know. Because probably you're dealing with somebody who's got either weak or subjective deliberation functions, either FI, which isn't useful for certain kinds of analysis. And then they tend to default to NI, and it's weak, and they don't, it's like, so they spend their time knowing things that you just can't know, right? You just can't know things like, I know what's best for you. Why isn't it showing up as a left turn? There we go. All right. Acacia, hello. Winston's mom, hello. Acacia, hello. So, of course, there are plenty of over deliberators in the world, too. People who have the answer but want to continue discussing it, much to my annoyance. But over deliberators are not usually the problem. Over knowers are the problem, because over knowers are utilitarian. You can't know legitimacy without deliberating it. You can't know impacts by deliberating them. There are infinite possible impacts you could count. So typically, overknowers are also utilitarians. Anything is justified if they know it's got good impacts, right? And of course, the tricky reality is nobody knows that in terms of impacts. It's not possible to know. They're just in a state of continual delusion. And yet pushing hard to change laws in accordance with their well, I mean, you can't see colors differently, right? It's not possible. You see them how you see them. Somebody like John Singer Sargent, I don't know anything about him, but maybe he does some kind of semantics game to pretend as though he's teaching something. But unfortunately, your senses cannot be taught, right? You can't be taught to hear differently, or see differently, or smell differently, or feel differently, or taste differently. You might try to evaluate color as in a different way in terms of how you use it in a creative endeavor or something, but yeah, it just sounds like metaphor to me. I mean, you could damage someone's eyes, and then that would force them to see differently, I guess. Well, we already know all about light and dark, Winston's mom. That's not teaching anybody anything. That's just framing it a certain way, right? maybe teaching you how to paint using colors a certain way or something like that. But there are only a finite extant number of colors. There are no other colors that we can see, you know. And it's fine to paint outside the lines, but it's incorrect to say that you're reinventing color in the process. Thanks to Goat Gregory. Appreciate it. Celebration for you on your 10th super on the live stream. You are a real hero with streamers everywhere. It's as is a simulation. Yeah, it must be a simulation. If people will ever know. Well, that's true, Essence Mom. I don't mean to be contentious, but you did say, Acacia, the other day you wrote you would like to see new colors. And the sentence that follows it would tend to suggest that that would allow one to do so. Right? I mean, but you got to include the first sentence too. I mean, I don't mean to be difficult with this one. The last person I want to be difficult with is you. I'm just saying, because you know how I am about words. I agree, it's a simulation. Although I'm going to slightly disagree. The very first bong rip of the day is a little bit of a cougher. So I'm going to go with like the third bong rip of the day is the best bong rip. The third bong rip of the day, what it does is it kicks in the first two bong rips of the day. And this is fire crotch. What the first two bong rips, they like break in your lungs. They get them ready for smoking balls, you know. Now we're about to have that magical, necessary third bong rip of the day. The third bong rip of the day. Acacia named this bong actually. When Acacia and Ruben were visiting, she named this bong Fire Crotch. I thought it was a great name, obviously, so it stuck. Looking for my inhaler. But I guess it'll wait till after the third bar. Cool. It's a simulation. Am I still skibbity? I never was skibbity, Robert Edenhouse. I'm the Sigma Giga Chad. Everybody else is just paying the phantom tax in Ohio. Not especially Winston's mom. I mean, it was comparatively painless because we just had to go down to Course Gold and back, you know. So I'm accustomed when we leave Mariposa going that way that we are going to LA, and that's a much more pain in the ass trip. In this instance, it's only it's only an hour away. So it's not that big of a drive. But I think what it really drove home for us, for both of us maybe, is how we don't really like staying in hotels. We're both super happy to get home. And we're seriously thinking about canceling our trip to Oregon for a couple of reasons, but I'm just not sure I'm going to be able to get the car fixed in time in a way that doesn't require an incredible amount of jumping through hoops, you know. Like as it was, we went to the casino. I was actually got the room comped for both nights, which was nice. But you know, I still had the casino money in my wallet that I had taken to go gamble at the casino on my birthday because I ended up winning on my birthday. Well, I ended up losing that $400, just killing time in the casino. I guess so. I don't know. I don't know, Winston's mom. Uh, no, wait, I didn't win the boat. I left the casino on Friday, 45 minutes before the boat drawing. Maybe you had to be there. I'm not sure. Congratulations, Linnea Cavium. Then you know that I live in Mariposa, California. Back here in Mariposa Pines behind Jerseydale. Where do you live? Lots of people know where I live. Should I be concerned about that somehow? For example, all of my neighbors know where I live. Oh no! I gotta find my inhaler. Well, Lenny, I'm waiting for you to follow up. You said, I know where you live. I responded. Now, what's your response? Don't be all silent now. Yeah, I know where I live too. Well, it's a lot of you. You already said that, Linnea. I said, good for you. So did tons of other people. What's your point? You want to respond to that point? Or are you just going to be a dumbass? Like, what kind of a dumbass, if I'm being prompted, just repeats the same statement? Like, that the only idea you have, you woke up this morning like, I know where Eric lives. And that's all you can think? Um, didn't notice your envy, Jonathan Carpenter. I did not notice it. Yeah, what was that again, Linnea? Could you clarify for us? Ah, well, I guess Linnea went away. I like things like that because obviously Linnea is expecting a certain reaction, doesn't get it, and is just completely at a loss. Which is not unlike what happened with the hire who kind of inspired this title when he's all like he didn't like being called out, you know. And then the next time he came back, the next day or whatever, he was super spiteful and shitty, but it didn't work at all, you know. The point is, he assumed that he was going to have a contentious. He knew that he was going to have a contentious relationship with me. So when he corrected me, and I acknowledged it right away, he continued diving in on like, "You're wrong." Yeah, but I'm not dumb, so it doesn't take me 5 times to admit it, right? In fact, I caught it before you did. Hi, South Africa. Emmanuel Kutzer. That's overknowing, right? Like, he knew how I was going to react to meow, when in fact, I did not react like that. Hello, San Francisco. All right, Jonathan Carpenter, you have a good day at work. Um, I live just a few hours from San Francisco, Gina. Occasionally, oh, good live. That makes more sense, Jonathan. So, I've got these two uh, babes here. Even though this one's mint, I tend to use this one because it's not as strong as that one. The nicotine's not as strong or something. So I can actually inhale this a little bit without coughing my lungs out. The thing is, I can tell for sure that this is less hard on my lungs than cigarettes. Even though it makes me cough more than cigarettes do. But I'm not sure why that is. I don't have a good explanation for that. Meow. So yeah, I'm seriously thinking about canceling the trip to Oregon, seeing if I can get no, I don't know what the flag of Los Angeles looks like. No, cigarettes are worse for you, I think. And for one thing, I don't know. You know, I just have to trust my body. It seems to me that this is easier on my lungs than cigarettes. It feels that way. Like I don't feel like at the end of the day like I'm all smoked like meats. Meow trouble. And one can conceive of a world in which I no longer vape too. But I can also conceive of a world where I just hit this into my mouth and don't pull it in my lungs. Because you can get nicotine through your mouth, you know. And this tends to, this must have a high nicotine content. I think that this thing, no, we only have the two cats. Strange. I don't know. Not sure exactly what causes it, but Rachel frets a lot unnecessarily about things. Like yesterday, she was voicing concern about if we have an uneven relationship, meaning that she loves me more than I love her. Or more realistically, what she meant was that I'm more lovable than she is. I do more and more useful, whatever. There's no reason for her to worry about any of these kind of things at all. I just am a little bit less actively affirming than she is, you know. It's easy for me to take things for granted because I'm SI. I made an observation in the car on the way back from course gold yesterday. Thought was worth making. The ultimate TESI thing is don't count your chickens before they're hatched. And the ultimate NIFE thing is to assume that everything's going to go as it's supposed to. So I'm not sure really what I'm doing today. What do I mean by ultimate? Well, I mean, like, if you were to nutshell it in a way that distinguishes on a single vector between TESI or SITE and NIFE or FENI. Sure, you can pray as much as you want, Will Lewis. You and all the people around you. I will even pray too. Dear God, thank you for my bounty. Please forgive me my wrongdoings. I love you, your friend Eric. Amen. Now, it's just a frame of reference, you know. The default frame of reference regarding expected events is that if you do things correctly, then you'll get the outcome you're supposed to get. That's NIFE or FENI. I'm splitting the difference, right? I'm FE, but I'm SI. So if you're N above S, it's also indicative of you expecting things to go as they're supposed to. So the point is like this. I think Rachel was a little more shocked by the fact that all this shit had gone down the way it had than I was, but neither of us had thought anything like a TESI person would drive home the point to the guy at the mechanic place. Okay, look, you say you're going to be able to do this on Monday. Make sure you will, because we're going to go down there and book a hotel room in order to get this done. You know, TESI would have done that. Now I know in the future that when I talk to somebody, because I've SI'd it, right? Now I know when I talk to a mechanic in the future, I will make sure they understand that this is a Mini Cooper. I mean, he knew it was a Mini Cooper, but that it can be challenging to that changing the clutch on a Mini Cooper is difficult, etc. But you know, when you call the mechanic on Friday, he says, bring it in on Monday morning and we'll have it done by Tuesday. And you bring it into him on Monday morning. You go get a hotel Sunday night so you can bring it into him Monday morning and not have to kill a bunch of hours in course gold before you can get into a hotel room, right? And you get a hotel room on Monday night, anticipating that, okay, cool. We are going to get this repaired and then we'll be good to go. Only to discover that the guy you talked to didn't know how different it was from Mini Coopers. And in fact, it'll be 2 weeks out before they can even start it. Yes, he was aware I was coming from Mariposa. The funny thing is, they had this old guy at the mechanic who drove me back to the hotel after I dropped my car off, and he's like, "What? They don't have any place who can change a clutch in Mariposa?" I said, "Not change a clutch on a Mini." He's all, yeah. But still, it's like somehow then I got back to the hotel. I got a call like an hour or two later saying, "Oops," which is very fortunate that I hadn't extended my stay, because prior to that, when I talked to him when I left to drive back to the casino, I was going to have to extend my stay another day because I wasn't going to be ready till the end of Tuesday. In fact, I tried to go do that, but the guy who was behind the check-in place, he uh, he said, "This is too complicated for me. You have to wait for that lady. That lady is working with some other people." I said, "I'll deal with it later." Then I got a call from him saying, "Actually, we're not going to be able to do it for 2 weeks." That's after our scheduled trip, which is too late, right? So, couple of possible things here. Number one, I am not afraid to try the following thing. If we don't go to Oregon, which we might not, then what are we doing here? We're discussing right now. We're discussing something super boring. Okay, we're discussing my car problems, but it is an unnecessarily, ridiculously complicated car problem. For example, in a Mini Cooper, you have to drop the transmission to take out the clutch. Mini Cooper. But I like the car, you know? It's been very reliable. It's burned through two clutches. I mean, I can drive it. I would say, based on last time, it's probably like a month out from breaking. Maybe got a little longer than that. I can just tell because this has happened before. Like, what happens is, you know, you try to, and it doesn't, it revs without like catching, you know? What does A stand for? It stands for Apple or amazing. Or oh yeah, we're not driving it to Oregon without the clutch getting fixed. We are definitely not doing that. The thing is, like, the question really is this: am I today going to make a bunch of calls to figure this out? Right? For example, is there a Mini Cooper dealer in Merced? If there is a Mini Cooper dealer in Merced, then I could schedule this for, say, Thursday, if I could schedule Thursday, or next Thursday. Nope, A stands for aim, B stands for boom, C stands for cuz. Okay, well, I don't know what any of that means. Oh, no, I'll take your judgment on it, Acacia. I got the gist that it may have been some sort of gang reference. And, you know, the only gang that we're a part of around here is the Fun Friends gang, where we're nice to one another and we do fun things and laugh and enjoy each other's company. That's the only kind of gang we're in around here. No, this is not Groundhog's Day. Groundhog's Day, I believe, is in February, Nick Silva. But this is Eric live streaming again. I mean, is that really still a thing? That whole like street gangs thing? It seemed to be kind of like a thing back in the day. Maybe it is. I am blessedly isolated from all of that. I know what A stands for. A stands for acacia. Well, Tyrone Washington, I believe the answer is to get to the other side, as far as I know. Typically, that's why chickens do cross streets, is to get to the other side. No, I didn't say anything about the Charlotte shootings. I've been fretting about my own nonsense right now. I'm not looking at the news. I think we're. I, I think it's very likely that we're gonna have to Placerville. Good call. That might work. Thanks for that. Placerville is not too far. It does say Mini Cooper on here too. All right, I will call these people. How far away is Placerville? I want to see the map. Oh, that's way the fuck up there. That's too far away. that's that's way too far away. The thing is, Placerville would work, okay, Winston's mom, if we were to implement Plan 47-2, which is Plan 40. The chicken was always on the same side of the street the whole time? Well, then, I have a question, Tyrone Washington. If in fact the chicken was on the same side of the street the whole time, then why did you ask me why the chicken crossed the street? Mom, what don't understands. Well, what I don't understand is why you asked me why the chicken crossed the street if in fact the chicken had not crossed the street. Were you just trying to fool me? That's not very nice to fool an old man who was just over at Flo's and Nachiketta's. Oh, is Flowstream just streaming? It does imply, that question implies. Well, actually, you know what, Acacia? Let me check myself before I wreck myself. Because really the question was, you finna hear a riddles why. Okay? So, as a consequence, Acacia, you and I are both horribly, horribly wrong. He did, he did tell us it was a riddle first. And ergo, I mean, it was a question too. Do we finna hear a riddle? Yeah, you're right, Tyrone Washington. I stand corrected. Your riddle was fine after all. And Acacia and I are the ones with egg on our face now. Yes, it's egg. Don't get your minds out of the gutters, everybody. Hey, skaters. Sup, homeboy Eric. I'm not a skater, Natasha Godfrey Ashford. If I were to try to skateboard, I would fall off of the skateboard and hurt myself. But the worst thing I could possibly do would be to go ice skating. Ice skating is just. I can only stand up while ice skating for about 5 seconds. Any more than 5 seconds, I'm on my ass. So, what am I doing today? besides feeling mildly harumphy? Sure, you can ask me a political question. I do not understand how those ice skaters do all those flip arounds and stuff like that. I cannot even stand up on ice skates. I can handle skis. That's about it for those balancy things. Right. Well, that's why they have field hockey, Natasha Godfrey Ashby. Field hockey. Oh, cats meow. You're always making me do chores. I had a little bit of a poop this morning, but I can tell I have another one coming. Fine, I guess the first chore we'll do is watch the cat eat. The thing is, this is another reason why I was thinking about how there's a difference between people who expect things to turn out like they're supposed to versus people who don't count their chickens before they're hatched. So I don't think I got any um hi Rio. I don't think I got any trip insurance for my hotel rooms. You know? Kind of a silly reason for budget cuts. What's a silly reason for budget cuts? Hockey? Hockey would be a strange reason for budget cuts. I'll agree with you. I'll make myself some coffee. Hi, Mr. Kitty Man. Have I ever told you that you're a very silly boy? It's true. You are a very silly boy. I'm not lying this time. What do I want to do today? Nothing. I don't want to do a goddamn thing. I just want to sit around, watch TV. Yeah. I'm getting right. This time I'm not lying. What was the political question? Oh, am I on Top Chat? Is that why I didn't see it? Yeah, I'm on Top Chat. My bad. If I missed the messages here, I've been on Top Chat. Are you? As more evidence is emerging, more Americans believe the moon landing was fake during this period. More and more Americans demanding a total budget cut for NASA. What's your position on this? I don't see any reason why the U.S. taxpayer is funding space exploration, particularly. What's the return on investment? I don't really need to believe the moon landing was fake to think that it's a waste of money. But but I'm open to the possibility now in a way that I didn't used to be. That the moon landing was faked. I never used to think that was even remotely possible, but I still don't think it was faked. But I don't know, and uh, people who do think it's fake are not without their reasons. So you can count me among the more and more Americans who've shifted their position on this somewhat, but I wouldn't say I think it was fake necessarily. And as Acacia kind of indicates, I don't believe that's the reason why we should cut NASA's budget. I'd have to know that for sure in order to think that that was a good reason to cut the budget. Yeah, I did hear about that. TikTok, I believe, is uh, subject to that kind of stuff because there's good reason to believe that foreign national government is using it to gather intelligence. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it was real. I'm saying you need more than a few inconsistencies to know that it wasn't. I haven't heard anything about that, Divineful. I don't have TikTok, so I don't care. Was that very satisfying to you, OG23 Pimp? In California? Well, California does do a lot of nanny state shit. It's annoying, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's a crisp. What British people would call a crisp. But it's spicy, super spicy crisp. Gargamel. I like that one. Occasionally I get Gargamel as a comparison. Me and Gargamel. But I like that because I do have a close relationship to my cats, neither of which is named Azrael. However, I must admit, I have zero desire to eat Smurfs. So, are Smurfs really that delicious, Gargamel? And if they are, how do you know this? Is it because you've eaten them before successfully? And all of the various adventures that you've had, well, colluded probably wouldn't be the right word, Tyrone, there. But do I believe that Russia influenced the previous election? Yeah. Do I believe that Biden stole the last election? No. And you shouldn't either. You shouldn't either for very good reason. If it was that possible to steal the election, why didn't they steal the previous one? I said, well, COVID, I'm sorry, I don't buy it. We know for a fact that approximately half the country absolutely despises Trump and will vote for anybody but. Does it make sense that he would have lost to Biden accordingly? Yes. Does it make enough sense that we should dismiss any claims of election stealing in the absence of incontrovertible evidence of it? Absolutely. And there is no such incontrovertible evidence. I've looked into it extensively. Well, because so many people despise Trump. You may live in an area where everybody loves Trump. Believe me, I lived in LA. What did you see was signs from every place, all over the place about how awful Trump was. No, not how good Biden was. Because who won that election? Anybody but Trump. You're demonstrating the problem of over knowing. You don't have cause enough to know what you believe you know. So I appreciate you coming in and demonstrating the title. And it is a huge problem. So in politics, we get people on both sides knowing that this boogeyman is responsible for stuff. That's an example of the problem of over knowing. We have to be responsible with our epistemics. You know what you can substantiate as an advocacy, not as questions you're asking, not as this is mysterious, that is mysterious. Look, if you put all these same pieces of puzzle together like I have, you'll see the same picture. Well, you cherry pick those pieces of the puzzle, obviously. So that's not how you do things. Not how you think intelligently. Dabaroo. The fresh green beast says WTF. I don't know what the TF is, but I do know that I'm not in a very good mood today. I'm feeling kind of fussy. And that we're probably going to cancel this trip to Oregon. I'm just not feeling it. I just don't want to do it. It's like that trip to the, like 2 days ago, Burb. Excuse me, maybe you need to check Mindy's Club, huh? I did it exclusively because you'd been bugging me about it too. You get full credit for the new video on Mindy's Club. All right? That's the only reason I did it is because of you. I shit you not. I did it for exactly one reason. Because Burb wanted it. Okay, now you want more. All right. Well, maybe I'll make more. I was going to upload that to Just Talking with Friends. I'm like, nope. Put it on Manny's Club. Burb will be happy. I've never heard that expression before. $10% for the big man? I've never heard that expression before, so I have no idea what they're talking about. Is it Jesus? Is it God, the big man? Is it me? I'm a pretty big man. I'm 6'5". I'm a tall man anyway. I don't know if I'm a big man. Hi, Tamron Paulson. Testicle. Say my name, say my name. He's far from Jesus. Oh, okay. I've never heard the expression before. 10% for the big man. What is that? Is it a religious saying? Is it? I don't know what it is. I did. I have two of you in my nut sack, Testicle. That's where I keep you guys. Like, in what context is that said? 10% for the big man. It seems like it might be a tithe thing, you know. Do I believe in gender equality? I believe that every individual is equal before the law. Ought to be. Hello and much love from Estonia. Welcome, Estonia. We don't get a lot of Estonians around here. It's a Hunter Biden reference? Okay. Yeah, I'm not worried about the president's kid. Nathan says, can you say my name? Yes, Nathan, I can say your name. You make excellent pickles. Yeah, we've got two incredibly shitty candidates. We've got one person who does not respect language, objectivity, deliberation, who's an overknower, and the other one who's increasingly lost and is losing the capacity to deliberate or know. 0.3% of the national budget goes to NASA? That's an insanely high amount. There's no way it's that high. There's no way 0.3 of our national budget goes to uh, oh. But doesn't that sound like a tithe thing that somebody might say in church? Like, remember, 10% goes to the big guy, namely the church. Doesn't that seem like more likely that it would be her? You don't have to convince me that the Biden administration is terrible. And you're not going to convince me that it's terrible by pointing out problems that his son has. You might convince me that it's corrupt or something. Whatever. Corruption's the least of the problems. It is true 0.3% of our national budget goes to NASA? You have got to be fucking kidding me. Oh my God. What is the purpose of that? Why are we exploring outer space? There's nothing out there but a bunch of fucking vacuum and sun particles, solar wind, uninhabitable planets. Like, why in the world are we spending our time, energy, and most importantly, money? You're telling me that 0.3% of all of my tax dollars have been spent on NASA? Oh my God. How fucking insane. Why are we spending that much money on NASA? That's insane. Oh my God. Where have all the sane people gone? That's what I've heard multiple people say, but I assure you, Matthew Alistair, that you cannot amphetamine away obvious dementia. Oh, I know. You don't need to talk to me, catch me out about deficit spending. Back when I was in high school, when we debated policy advocacies, you had to fund this shit. There had to be a funding plank, right? To explain where you were getting the money from. Not anymore in debate. Now they just say, well, Congress spends money on all kinds of things all the time they don't have money for, so why not this? There are a bunch of B holes is right. Buttholes. The B stands for butt, Acacia. Bunch of buttholes. Ugh. Catch me out. Stop depressing me with facts, please. Just leave your facts at home, catch me out. I'm trying to have a less depressing day than I already am. Nobody invited you and your facts to come make me depressed, okay? Why don't you tell me some made up things that sounds encouraging? How much goes to fucking NASA? That's what I want to know. How much goes to NASA and the Department of Useless Technology? What's all this tech for? It's for flying around outer space, you know? Why are we flying around outer space? Because we're getting yeah. I don't know about his son or whatever, but only 22 billion, huh? What a bargain. I promise, if the government just gives me that 22 billion, I will spend it wisely. Matthew Allister does not believe in the moon landing. I will spend that 22 billion much more sensibly than NASA will. I swear. I promise. Yeah, we could build the water slide from San Antonio to Los Angeles and back again. Unfortunately, a very early Supreme Court ruling basically said if the federal government can raise the funds and taxes, then they can spend it how they want. Ridiculously. Why do I deserve it? The 22 billion? Wow. Because I'm so cool, obviously. Uh, I could use it. I want it. I won't waste it on space exploration. I promise you that. I will waste none of my 22 billion on space exploration. None of it. Not one penny of it will be spent going to any planet other than this one right here. I mean, don't we have already Elon Musk doing that for us for free? I don't think, no, I know that, catch me. I'm well aware of that. I just, you know, when one laundry lists the specs of any given problem, one makes it more depressing, right? It doesn't surprise me. It depresses me. I didn't say I was surprised. I am surprised that by the 0.3% of the budget going to NASA. That surprised me. I had no idea. I would have guessed 0.001% of the budget goes to NASA. Just because the budget's so massive and NASA's just this one little thing, you know? That surprised me. But other than this, no, nothing's surprising me. It's just depressing. Yeah, it's like I've seen Skynet. Is that what it's called? Skylink? Starlink? Starlink is called. I've seen Starlink travel overhead on a couple of different occasions. And in contrast, I've never seen with my own eyes anything that NASA's done. I understand the purpose of Starlink. you know, it's like, why did Elon Musk shoot those satellites into space? To sell satellite internet to people who are in remote locations. So it makes sense. I understand why it is done. I understand what's going on. It makes sense that people would do that. You thought it was another risk riddle. Why did Elon Musk make Starlink? To sell internet to people. Isn't it nice when things have a straightforward enough answer like that? Why Are we spending $22 billion on NASA? Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's if I'm spending my money, right? So if you'll notice I'm not criticizing Elon Musk for shooting a car into outer space. I may think it's dumb, but it's his money, right? He can waste it on whatever he wants. In contrast, NASA is not spending its own money. That's a ridiculous question. How money is spent on the gays? Well, I mean, as I think it was Carlos Paella pointed out the other day, the challenge that flat earthers have is explaining the phases of the moon. 10th of July, World War III starts. Beware. Why the 10th of July? Is it because a very large fireworks display on the 4th of July will be misinterpreted by Chinese intelligence operatives, escalating gradually to the onset of World War III on July 10th? Well, you know what? I think that's fine. I think it's fine for the federal government to spend as much money as it needs to on drugs for the president. Yeah, 4th of July party goes awry. World War III begins. I don't mean to be that guy, but like the fact that there's people dying on the streets and massive homeless issues and decaying structure and so much more going to spend money on space is retarded. You're not wrong here, Lamb. You're not wrong. China sends the first strike through retarded TikTok kids. They push some button and all the people on TikTok turn into zombies and start attacking their local malls. How much money is spent on charity? I mean, it is true that lots of Americans waste plenty of money donating to charity. That doesn't help at all, you know. Most charities spend most of their money on administrative costs, salaries for the people working for the charity, and so forth. There are many things the government spends money on that it would be very wise to simply take that money, put it into a pile with the other useless monies, and just divide that into however many adult citizens there are and cut everybody a check. That would be the smartest use of most tax dollars. You have genuine redistribution of wealth that actually help the economy by making everybody richer. I mean, obviously, there'd be some people paying more in taxes, but at least they'd get back an equal share of the total accumulated tax monies, you know? Getting rid of progressive taxation would also be a wonderful thing, but it's hard to imagine that ever happening. And if you want to be cynical about it, it's because progressive taxation helps the rich too much. When you let idiots determine policy based on, you know, how they feel about how things should be rather than with any calculation of actualities, you need to evaluate how you're going to approach a tax code from the beginning and go, okay, what kind of architecture works? What kind will guaranteed fail? What kind, yeah. You and I are so in agreement about so many things, cats meow. I've been advocating this for a long time. Get rid of all income taxes and such, and get the equivalent amount of tax dollars with a sales tax, if you want the equivalent amount. It's the only fair way to do it. You might say, well, but that discourages consumption. Not really. It just means you get fewer things for the same amount of money. Oh, that was a real colon blow. And I can tell you, that makes a big difference. I feel better, I feel lighter, I feel free, like an angel flying around on gossamer wings. Okay, I hear you, but I'm washing my hands. Angry meows, plaintive meows. This cat's got the whole array of meows. He's got every meow in the book, and he uses them all like a ninja expert of martial arts. So, I want to get back to this question. Are there still street gangs? Like, it seems to me like street gangs were like a thing of the olden days, back when they made that movie Colors, you know? How would I go about changing the education thing? Well, I mean, you got to get rid of youth prison camp. That's number one thing. We need to remember that the current school setup was structured for an agrarian society where parents had the following options: illiterate farm worker child or educated eventual farmer. The idea that kids should have to go to some central location and is just insane. The idea that there should be some standardized curriculum that everybody learns, insane. That was a juicy colon blow. I'm glad I had it. I feel lightened and refreshed. Well, yeah, I mean, sure, you choose the latter if you're in an agrarian society where you have one book at your house, there's no internet. The only way for your child to become literate and educated is to go to the schoolhouse in town during those hours when you don't need their help on the farm, right? Yeah, that's a great choice then. Nobody's complaining. Nobody's saying, let's go back in history and get rid of classroom school. We're saying, let's get rid of it now when we don't need it. If the public insists on funding education, there's absolutely no reason. Here's another kitty for you. There's absolutely no reason why they can't get vouchers and spend it on things. But ideally, the public wouldn't fund education. Well, yeah, believe it or not, you gotta say I don't believe this because 95% of of teachers are terrible. It's actually possible to be a good classroom teacher, and it's incredibly hard work. It's incredibly difficult to do, primarily because most of the people who are there don't know why they're there, aren't sure if they want to be there. Maybe you're sure they don't want to be there, don't know why they're learning what they're learning, and are just going through the motions. They're just going through the motions because they have to. They're not given any choice in this whole matter from the very outset, right? It's just imposed upon them until you get out of high school. It's not just the unions that discourage the best teachers. It's it's the drive towards centralization. And I was thinking about how how everything in nature, the way it works, is by decentralization. You know, it in every species, the well-being of the genome or the species is left up to a myriad different individuals, and the assumption that some of those individuals will succeed to carry on the genome. It expresses the full sort of variety within a genome because it never knows, you never know what is going to be effective. So the thing is, centralization is contrary to efficiency inherently. If you try to have the state of California dictate a bunch of core curriculum that teachers have to teach in every classroom, public or private, well, it's guaranteed to be curricula by committee. Who's worse, overknowers, over deliberators, over actors, or over interfacers? Overknowers are the worst. But note that overknowers are not necessarily people with knowing in the first slot, right? Or the second slot. In my opinion, you're most likely to overknow when you have um, your knowing function lower in the stack and your deciding function is subjective. So I can give you an example of when I overknew recently. Uh, and it's an SI example of overknowing. I had I've been saying for a while now that retaining your semen is bad for your prostate. And the reason I've been saying that is because I had an experience where I basically turned off sexual activity for a stretch of months before I ended up getting with Kimberly eventually. And at the end of that time period, I noted that my prostate seemed to be worse than it had been prior, that it had gotten notably worse. I had to pee more often, etc. So I had intuited that this linkage was universal. When I actually researched it the other day, it turned out nobody else has said that at all. It's just me just concluding from my own experience and extrapolating unwisely and needlessly to everybody else, right? That's an example of overknowing. I didn't have enough reason to know. I just had my own experience. But I knew anyway. You won $10,000. Wow, good job, Ryuki. I would say invest it, keep it, spend it wisely for yourself. Don't give it away to other people. Um, the biggest problem with overknowing, though, is the NI kind. And, and so that's like uh, Biden stole the last election because I intuit that there's no way that many people voted for Biden. It's overknowing because the fact is, you shouldn't know that. The solution to overknowing isn't better knowing, it's more ambiguity tolerance. I mean, the trouble with trying to figure out what to do with society is there are some tricky areas where reality is such that, like, okay, we need regulation here in some way. So we can't just go anarcho-capitalist and assume that's going to work. It definitely will not. We need the whole purpose of government. I mean, the thing is, government's not even purpose. Remember, it's the reality that some group, individual, you know, with followers or whatever, ends up in a given geographic area attaining a monopoly on use of force, a monopoly on legal use of force. That thing that does that is what we call government. Um, well, it's being incorrect is often bad knowing. So you could say that I was incorrect about the linkage between retaining semen in the prostate because I overknew, but it's easy enough to say someone's incorrect when they're wrong about a single factual claim, right? It's much more challenging to say. So the thing is, I overknew about something for which there was a single correct or incorrect answer that could easily enough be determined by Googling it, right? Most people overknow about things for which they can't know. They overknow that COVID was lab released. It most likely was, but you don't know that for sure. And you can't because there's insufficient access to all the data that's relevant. So if you're overknowing in a way about something that's specific that you can determine what's correct or not, then you might be overknowing like I did, right? I'm extrapolating too much from my SI. All I got to do is Google and find out that that's just me, I guess, incidental. If you overknow in the way that's problematic, usually, you're knowing about things that you're just really intuiting about. Like I I've searched for and cherry picked a bunch of data that supports this conspiratorial understanding of things and know that that's the truth. When in reality, what you should be saying is, I don't know. I find these things suspicious. It makes me sad that I don't get to know. The NASA, I have no explanation for the NASA budget. I think that's overacting, right? Like, well, let's do something here. Or let's just continue with the inertia that it had from before. I heard, Ryuki. Congratulations for your win. I'd suggest you invest that money in Mugity. Are you an underknower? Yes, Acacia, I think you're an underknower. You think there are infinite possibilities about everything. I heard, Ryuki. And I want you to invest all of that money. No, I don't want you to give it away. I want you to invest it for your own good. Yes, but see, and I was thinking about this the other day too, user. I don't like that term confirmation bias. Okay. So does overknowing coincide with confirmation bias? It is true that overknowers seek pieces of a puzzle consistent with the puzzle they're imagining, and that in that regard, what they find, note, and remember confirms what they already know. Okay. But confirmation bias implies that, first of all, there's a universal bias towards finding information that confirms what you already know. That is not the case for me, so I know it's not universal. It's not implicit, and also it's not a spectral thing, right? You can be more or less biased towards confirmation. Either you're knowing what you've got no business knowing because you can only the only thing you can know about it is I don't know. Um, or you are or you are not. If you are doing the former, then yeah, you'll find things that confirm that, but it's not representative of a bias per se. All I do is overknow, but I've tried to be responsible with my claims, or at least put an I don't know caveat. What time is it on the moon? That's an excellent question. It's a question I've never encountered before, or thought about before. Sure, user, my pleasure. Um, I don't think there is a time on the moon, right? We'd have to agree on a clock for the moon. I don't think we have a moon clock, do we? Is there a moon clock? Like, here's a clock that's you can use on the moon. That was just wrong knowing. Okay. I didn't overknow. I just, it was, no, I did overknow. I intuited, right? I knew what had to be the case because obviously they must have started with a big star. He must have moved on and then replaced him with people who weren't famous. So in other words, I NI'd too much. I didn't try to remember who was first. I intuited who must have been first. So that was overknowing, but that's the safe kind of overknowing. The kind of overknowing that for which there is a single correct answer, and I can easily enough be corrected by just somebody Googling it. Okay, don't spam, dumbass. You're not even spamming in English. Some people think the moon isn't even physical but a light, but then what explain the moon phases. Because we know that throughout human history, there have been people have been aware of the phases of the moon. So it's impossible to claim that that like it's projected on some screen or some bullshit like that, right? No, I'm wearing different pants today, two thumbs only. I'm wearing the same shirt as yesterday, same jacket, but I see. The moon currently doesn't have an independent time. Each lunar mission uses its own time scale that is linked through its handlers on Earth to a coordinated universal time, or UTC, the standard. BFF says, "Hi, it is me again." Hi, Violet. How are you? Jess Colonel says, "Hi." Okay, if I'm going to take Islam as my religion, I'm going to take it straight to the trash can and throw it away. Why don't you take your head and shove it up your ass? How about that? I don't want to shave my hobo beard. Okay, Miami Retro? This is how I get my hobo chic. Thanks, Lily Lolly X. Well, I told you, catch me out. I'm going to take it and throw it right in the trash can. I'm going to take Islam, the Quran, various pictures of Muhammad, and throw them right in the trash can. If a part of a guy enters a part of your body, does it make who gay? You or the guy? Just asking. I guess it would depend on the context. If, for example, I'm wrestling somebody, like Greco Roman wrestling, and my finger goes in their mouth, it probably doesn't make either of us gay. All right? And your question is ridiculous. Also, would depend on if you yourself are a guy, right? If you're a lady, it doesn't. Regardless, no such physical act turns per people anything. You've made a transitive, intransitive mistake, equivalent to, hey, can you make me a hamburger? Poof, you're a hamburger. An equivalent mistake, right? I think what there's no what, this is ridiculous. This line of discussion is absolutely ridiculous. It's insane. I'm not carrying on with it any further. So just meow. Hi, Sujenko the Weeb. I am doing well. Do I have an Instagram account? No. Well, maybe. Yes, I do, but I don't ever do anything with it. The only time I do anything with my Instagram account is snoop on Rachel and her Instagram account. Man, usually I don't even do that. I just sign in as Rachel. Yes, you can be more gay or less gay. To be the most gay of all is for you to just spend your entire life surrounded by penises. Just a non-stop cavalcade of penises. It doesn't matter if you're straight, a woman, or a man. That makes you gay. Penises make you gay no matter what gender you are. Just Colonel, that doesn't make any sense. If it's completely accidental, that doesn't make either of you gay. Even if it were on purpose, it doesn't make you gay. It just makes you have had gay sex. People might have gay sex and conclude from it, I am not gay. Oh, yeah. The more a woman is surrounded by penises, the more gay she becomes. What anime do I recommend you watch this month? I mean, I like Regarding Monster, which I think fourth episode of it. I don't have an answer for you because your question is idiotic, Jess Colonel. Your question is fundamentally wrong. So there is no good answer to it, right? It doesn't work like that. Being gay or straight is it's a complicated thing, right? It's both an identity that you claim for yourself, like I identify as a straight man. It also purportedly references like sexual desires, like whether or not a person experiences sexual desire without doing anything about it, for males or females. It also represents um, like physical acts and one's habits. So one might potentially identify as a straight man and still have gay sex. Apparently, people think that's what I do because I've been propositioned by a number of males, females too. Don't get me wrong, but um, nobody seems to believe that I'm happily married man and not interested in other things. I mean, some people believe that, but anyway, the point is, Sexuality is complicated. It's not cut and dry. Some people do. The point is, you're what you publicly identify with. Let's say I'm a married straight man, but I'm having gay sex occasionally in secret on the side. This is not the case for me, by the way, at all. This is just an example, right? That person might not want to change their public identity as a heterosexual married man. They might not. They might even be able to um, sustain the contradiction implicit in their behaviors and their identity without any cognitive dissonance. It depends on what kind of person they are, right? Okay, Jess Colonel, now you're just talking out of your ass. Then that's rape if they're forced. Okay? I'm removing that chat. It's ridiculous. Are you following any movie or series that you find interesting? I mean, yeah, I'm watching all the new Crunchyroll stuff. I really love Regarding Monster. I'm loving the third season of Reincarnated as a Slime. I like The Gate. I like Unnamed Memory, which just came out, by the way, for today. Came out at 8 o'clock. Um, I'm liking God's Games we play. It's not as good as some of the other ones, but it's good. Obviously, Tsukamichi Moonlit Fantasy Season 2 is fantastic, even though there's nothing specific about it that's so amazing or whatever. Um, Overall, it manages to be quite good. I was reincarnated as the seventh prince so I can take my time perfecting my magical ability. I'm enjoying it a lot. I like this one. It's a little like kawaii, kawaii overdose, but whatever. It depends. Different people have different levels of tolerance for kawaiidness. Like Pretty Cure. Pretty Cure is about as kawaii as an anime gets. And it's quite ridiculous. I can't watch it. I can only watch so much kawaiiness. I'm enjoying, obviously, Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation Season 2 continues to be spectacular and accomplishes something I rarely see in really in anything, but certainly not in cartoons. It's this extremely mature, sophisticated adult love story. Um, it's like in isekai world, but about sort of real world problems. The first, the second season was all about the main character's erectile dysfunction, but it's spectacular. So moving, so good. Kaiju number 8, excellent. I'm enjoying it. The first episode of it was a little slow getting going, which is why I think, despite all the hype, it came in at 4.8. However, second and third episodes were great. Uh, there's all right. So banished from the heroes party, I decided to live a quiet life on the countryside. Not that great, but okay. It's 4.3, I think. Deserves to be. Uh, Unnamed Memory is really good. Another love story, but I think, and that's the opposite of the Kaiju 8, is that it started off real strong. It's not as good. Bartender Glass of God, I would say, is the shock of the year for me. I didn't know I would enjoy watching a cartoon about that is just sort of a love affair with cocktails, especially since I don't drink, but it's really delightful. Mysterious Disappearances is good. All right, so here's another thing that's kawaii overload slash just too old, but I've watched a few episodes of it and it's hilarious. Fairy Princess Minky Momo. Fairy Princess Minky Momo is I'm creeping you out. How how am I creeping you out? I was talking about anime that I have watched. I don't watch Fairy Princess Minky Momo. Uh oh, it's an inside joke. Fine. um yeah, I can only handle so much kawaii, right? So for example, I couldn't watch Spy Family after the first few episodes. I thought the first few episodes were great, and it was just like, okay, I cannot. I don't mind the stuff that's not mature. Like I'm I enjoy most regular isekais. No, I did not start binge watching Mama's Family. But as far as mature stuff goes, regarding monsters, great. And it's definitely mature. Like they kill people and stuff in the show. They don't just tie them up and turn them into the town guard or whatever, like in some things. Yeah, it was fun at first, and then it just yeah, it lost me. But I'm also watching on Netflix. It's called like Delicious in the Dungeon or something like that. Like basically a show about them cooking and eating all of the monsters in the dungeon. You thought I was crying? No, I'm not crying. Okay. You love me, you will leave. That's fine. I don't like Beavis and Butthead. I never thought it was good. Last question. Got any relationship advice for me? My girlfriend moved to Germany today. Moved to Germany? Have I experienced any leakiness with my vape? No, I don't think so. I don't know what that would even look like. So far, it seems to be fine. You either got to move to Germany with her or break up because, if it's been a local relationship and now it's long distance, unless there's a specific timetable by which you're going to get back together, just forget it. You know, just it's going to be over. She'll meet someone, you'll meet someone. There's no reason for you both to suffer that much. I have a favorite typing session I was proud of or that I learned a lot from. Um, Nothing real specific comes to mind. I know that I think I did a good job with Sean L. The thing is, if you're gonna have a long a long distance relationship, it should start as such, right? Like You meet someone you're so enamored with that even though you don't live in the same spot, you start a relationship. Then you got to deal with the hassles of traveling to see each other. If you got in a relationship with somebody who's geographically local to you and then they move away, that's very unlikely to work unless they had to go somewhere for work and they're married or something. Like if you're a military wife, okay, fine. That would probably work. It's to be expected. It's what you signed up for, right? But if you're the wife of a long haul truck driver, kind of equivalent, you're going to not see him for long stretches of time. And that's kind of what you signed up for. But if you just have a regular relationship with your girlfriend and then she moves to Germany, well, you better find a new relationship. She probably will. Yeah. Usually he does get confused, like that fly guy. What I can tell is how he usually spells his name. Yeah, there's Capilla for you while I hit this Nick vape. This Nick vape I can hit without it making me cough. It doesn't. It has very low amount of nicotine in it, so thanks, brother. Just talking to you really makes my day, and I really value advice, and you always know what time is the right time. Gotta go. All right, have a good day, Shichenko the Weeb, and may we weaves and otakus forever fight together in solidarity. Kampai! Your vape is constantly leaking. Well, I got a disposable one, right? This is $30 for this. Supposedly, it's got like 30,000 puffs on it. Kabina's a pretty happy kitty. She's got her spots that she likes to sit in. She gets pets when she wants to, and then most times she doesn't want them. But like a couple times a day, she'll want extended pets. Other than that, she's very independent, happy with what she's got going on, just chilling. Miss Independent, that's why I love her. What a horrible song, huh? Yeah, her milkshake brings all the mice into the house. But I guess I probably need to do a better job of paying attention to Rachel and or affirming her more. It distresses me when she's feeling like worried, less secure in the relationship than I am. That's not what I intend to convey. I know I want to pet the cat, but I don't want to bother her. Oh, yes. What a sexy kitty. You're the sort of sensual lady that I read about in Forum magazine. Oh my goodness gracious. Uriah says leave her be. Thanks, Winston's mom. It's on the bottom. No, it's easier to look at this way. As long as it's either on the top or the bottom is fine. If it's like sideways, that's not okay. It could be top, it could be bottom. Either way, it's the same amount of work to look at it, you know? That's true, Megan. Bye, Acacia. Well, how about I give you another kitty to look at then, instead of that one. This other kitty is not as cute, let's admit it, but he's still a very good kitty. He's not very clean, as you can see. It's like he's not really that into cleaning himself, unlike Capilla, who's always spotless. Brent, stop. Boring us with shit we've heard a billion times before and didn't even fool us the first time. Be more original. Cat food. Uriah. I feed them cat food. Iams, specifically. The regular Iams. Orange regular Iams. But yeah, that's a huge kitty. He is. This is a regular sized kitty. But you know what? Since she just woke up for a second to clean herself, I'm going to take this opportunity to pet her. Sophia, I know, sweetie, but I want to pet you. Oh, yes, and I love you. Capilla is about 8 years old. I have no idea how old Trouble is because he was a stray who kind of forced his way into our family. So, who here hates the song Miss Independent? That's why I love her. I cannot stand that song. I do not understand why that song was ever popular. It's a horrible, horrible song that nobody should enjoy. That nobody should enjoy. Because that's a horrible song that nobody should enjoy. You're welcome, Uriah. There, there are two kids, you know. Rachel and I aren't that into having too much responsibilities, but well, one thing I've said to Rachel before that people might accuse us of many possible things, but nobody could ever accuse us of not loving our cats enough. I hate that song. Oh my god, it's so terrible. How did it become popular? Well, I mean, yeah, right. I guess it's a vision of love that involves nobody needing anybody else. I already said your name, Testicle. I said it already, Testicle. Okay, I say it all the time. I'm frequently talking to my testicles. I say to them, "Left testicle, what's going on? Right testicle, how you doing?" Yeah, nobody knows any of the lyrics outside of that, or any part of the song outside of that, because it's such a horrible song. Nobody can remember any of it. There are so many songs to dislike. I think that's one thing most people would agree on. I agree. Am I ticklish? Not really, no. Another song that I hate, and I can only remember one bit of it, is the Chris Brown song that says, "Look what I can do with my feet." Horrible. I guess it depends on the words around the word testicle. What's involved? Just the word itself, you got to be, I don't know. If you're a male, you got to be under 75. If you're a female, you'll probably never find it funny. Yeah, testicle. Be nice to Megan, okay? Just because she's a girl doesn't mean you have to be mean to her. God. Every testicle needs a partner, okay? They're like Twix. For every left, there must be a right. And if there's not, then you're Hitler. Look what I can do with my mom. If the lyrics had said that, I would have liked it a lot better. It's called a wiener, Winston's mom. A wiener. A wiener or a wee wee? Uh, a dangler. A crotch dangler. Who's flirting? You mean Chris Brown when he says, "Look what I can do with my feet"? Banana. A bird. My epidermis is showing. Well, some of it anyway. So, anyway, how many testicles does it take to screw in a light bulb? None. You screw in a light bulb with your hands. Yes, testing, testing, one, two, three. I see the thing that you are saying there. Yes, I have seen that episode. Good friend of mine, he had a hunting accident. A young man, his nickname is One Nut West. I will tell you a joke about that. No, communism is the opposite of fire. It is ice. It's just another form of authoritarianism with no good justifications except some stupid ideology that doesn't withstand scrutiny. Um, Here's a joke. So, 911, what's your emergency? Um, I was hunting with my friend and there's been an accident and I think he's dead. The 911 operator says, "Are you sure he's dead?" So the guy says, "Hold on." Bang! Yeah, he's dead. That's the joke. Something like that. Why is someone's name Testicle? Well, I guess they believe themselves responsible for the generation of sperm. Like E. Because like people like it because there's something about a woman that wants you but don't need you, and you can't figure out that there's something about her because she moves like a boss, thinks like a boss, she flies effortlessly. Okay, but can you really claim her as your own? Maybe I'm just into codependency as a relationship style. Born with three nuts. Remember when I was a kid, I thought I had three nuts because I kept like feeling around, and it seemed like there maybe was a third nut, but there never was. Other things I thought when I was a little kid that I later on realized were not true. I thought that earwigs caused deafness. And so the number one thing was to make sure no earwigs crawled in your ear. Later on, I learned that was not true. Things I thought when I was a kid. I thought that the word memorial, okay, I'll do the thug shake. Just give me a second. Someone, don't spam. You're spamming too much. Don't spam, and I'll do it in a second. Let me finish telling my important story. Okay, you're about to get timed out. No more. It's your last warning. And Sean, I feel you. I will do the thug shake in a second. Be patient. Okay? I'm an expert in the thug shake, and I will do it in brilliant form. Just give me a second. I don't even remember what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. Earwigs. I thought the word memorial just meant in honor of. I didn't realize it meant that somebody was dead. I thought that until I was in my 20s when I showed my dad this thing I had made on SimCity 2000 when I was on spring break from college. And I named it the Eric Strauss Memorial Coliseum. He's like, but you're not dead. I'm like, well, what do you mean? Like, that's what memorial means. I'm like, oh, really? I just thought it meant like in honor of. Yeah, in honor of you because you're dead. Oh. All right, now I'll do the thug shake. Here we go. I'm going to do the thug shake. I'm going to do the thug shake. I'm going to shake, 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 shake. That's how you do the thug shake, okay? That's how you do it. No, it was fine. I promised it was coming. So I don't know how to do the skivity. Because I'm not skivity. I am instead the Sigma Giga Chad. So anyway, please move someone's. Who's someone's? Oh. No, we're not banning, okay? Just chill as fuck. You don't need to tell us how to moderate. Just zip it. All right? Just zip it. Okay? I can do the gritty if you want. You do the gritty. Make it like this. You do the gritty. Use your fingers, kids. Do the gritty. It's columns and rows. Do the gritty. It's one of those. That's the gritty. You want me to do the skibidi? SKIBIDI skibba. Better than the Miss Independent sign. Yeah, if you set the bar low enough, you can succeed very easily. Just beat it, 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 just beat it. If you think the thing is singing thing, thing, meow, dee, dee, meow, 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 meow. Oh, beat it, beat it, beat it. Did I forget to do the columns? Okay, well, thank you for correcting me on my poor failure of a demonstration for the gritty. You got to do both the columns and the rows. If you wish to donate, you are welcome to Super Chat. I don't solicit donations. I don't have a donate button, you know. I don't think that's available to me for some reason. Oh, maybe it is. Who knows? Or, you know, you can become a member if you want to. I don't have for you a PayPal address or a Cash App link like that. Pickle ASMR on your channel tomorrow? I tell you what, I'm going to do what I call metaphysical yoga AMSR. Okay, now I want you to just close your eyes, and you're not going to actually move your body at all, but you're just going to feel the sound of my voice moving your body. Close your eyes and let the spirit of Namaste enter your yoga heart. Now, with one metaphysical arm, reach up and grab the sky. With one metaphysical leg, place it on the knee of the other and place your hands in a taco-like shape. Say Namaste, 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 Om. There. That's called metaphysical yoga ASMR. A lot of people don't know this, but I actually came up with all those different yoga positions. They call me the original yoga master. I invented stand on one leg. I invented streamers should write, please donate on cardboard with black marker like normal people. Will stream for food. Where's your clothes, woman? Is Michelle naked? Now I'm interested in going to their channel. Before I wasn't. Ooh, naked lady. Ooh, you're in trouble, naked lady. Will stream for food. A salad with soy sauce. You know, I really love Japanese salads, but I don't think they have soy sauce on them. I think they've got some kind of miso-y ginger stuff or whatever. I don't know. If you've ever been to a Japanese restaurant, a Japanese salad, it's got a certain kind of dressing on it that's super delicious. It's the thing I love most about the ramen, Little House of Ramen, is they've got this delicious Japanese salad. They also have these fantastic non-alcoholic ginger beers, which I normally don't like ginger that much, but it's really good. Monkey says, hey, how are you today? I am doing well, monkey. I am doing well. Yes, I am. I am doing well, monkey. My name is Eric. How about you? Cucumber, Chinese, and Korean salad. Well, Koreans, it's like I'm not in love with kimchi. I'm not in love with anything with fish sauce in it. Also, so just get your fish sauce and get out of here, Baldy. Whoever invented fish sauce was some sort of super villain. We'll make sauce out of this rotten fish and put it on everybody's food. Fish sauce. Why don't I just buy like straight up liquid grossness? It smells like the fish emulsion that my mom used to fertilize her plants with. Who here likes fish sauce? Do we have any enthusiasts for fish sauce? I don't think so. Nobody likes fish sauce. It's crazy. Nobody likes fish sauce, and nobody should like fish sauce. You know how when I make tuna melts, I squeeze out all of the tuna juice from the can because that makes it extra gross. Well, imagine you get some rotting fish on the deck and you squeeze out all the disgusting juice for them. from them. And you call that a sauce. Ew. No. That's not a sauce. That's dumpster water. Nobody wants to sauce it with that. No, I don't like fish sticks in my mouth or anywhere else. I don't like fish, all right? Just fish, let the fish swim around like they're supposed to, all right? We can just eat animals that we're supposed to eat cows, pigs, and chickens. Why are we eating animals that live in the wild? We're not hunter gatherers anymore. Just get over it already. If you want to farm fish, fine. Farm your fish all you want. Okay, that's a good way to avoid eating fish. Fly Guy, good job. Fly Guy's smart. He doesn't try to eat fish. If he feels like he has to have something in his body that's inside of fish, he takes pills that have oil of fish in them so that he doesn't have to eat it. Is that in reference to that South Park episode? All right, well, look, if you want to eat fish oil and pills, more power to you. If you feel as though there are dietary benefits from fish, well, then that's what you're going to need to do. You're going to need to find some way to attain those dietary benefits without eating any disgusting fish. So, good job for people who are smart enough to just take the pills. Personally, I don't trust things that swim. Okay. Why do you never see swimming? A chicken. Why? Because they're not fish. Think about it. What do you never catch in the water when you're deep sea fishing? A cow. Why not? Because cows are not fish. That's why they're for eating. All right, chickens don't swim because they're too busy crossing the road. Crossing, crossing back, crossing again. You know what's interesting about chickens and road crossings? Um, when we go to Merced, we pass this house some miles outside of Merced, but not that far outside, where the guy has a bunch of chickens in his yard. Now, no, his house is right on the highway. All right, most of the chickens are in his fenced yard, but consistently, a large number of chickens are outside of the fence, pecking at the ground between the fence and the road. And none of them ever go into the road. They've got vehicles flying by them at 60 miles an hour. They're like, this far away from the vehicle, and they just keep pecking because they know, I guess, that cars don't go past this line. They must have learned that. So in that instance, those chickens did not cross the roads. Cross the road. Any chicken that did cross the road would be smashed by speeding vehicles. Those chickens learned that if you can avoid dying, ironically, you can live forever. Right. Yeah, you just gotta avoid an ironic death. All deaths are ironic. How can you overknow something? Well, there are two ways to overknow, basically. But there are multiple ways, but two main categories of overknowing. You can either extrapolate too much from your own experience and know something's universally true or generally true when it's really just true from your own experience, or you can intuit explanations for things that are wrong. Like you can put together a puzzle that looks like meow by cherry picking a bunch of pieces that fit together ish and sort of look like meow. That's overknowing with intuition. So, like when people know the that Biden stole the last election, that's overknowing. There's the best they could do is suspect, and even then, they don't have good cause to suspect it, especially since Trump had won the previous election. So, you know, obviously, uh, if you believe Trump had the election stolen from him in the second election, then you believe it wasn't stolen from him in the first election. And there's no particular reason why, if such a stealing were possible, that I'll time you out instead, Alex. Um, they wouldn't have done it. Why wouldn't they have done it the first time? Anyway, you need conclusive evidence about something like that to conclude that. I've looked into it substantially. There's no evidence that the election was stolen whatsoever. So that's an example of overknowing. We can't know 100% sure that it wasn't because that's called ambiguity tolerance. So certain kinds of overknowing are much less damaging potentially than others. If you overknow something that's factually false, like I knew the other day that the uh, that Mr. Furley had been the first landlord, followed by the Ropers. I was wrong. I knew wrong. I had it backwards. And the reason I had known that is I intuited it must be that way because it makes more sense to have the more famous person start and then have other engagements and have to be replaced by somebody less famous intuitively. That's not how it turned out to be. So in that case, I overknew with my intuition, but I overknew in a way that doesn't cause problems because I could easily enough be corrected. It's a simple factual matter about which I misknew. Ambiguity tolerance sounds like a spell. It does. It's like if you're fighting against this knight that's got extreme conviction, like, I know my cause is right and just and true, and it's black and white 100%. I know these things. Then you cast ambiguity tolerance, it turns them into like any tool. On the other hand, I guess it's possible this or the other, and I guess I'm just gonna have to be okay without really knowing for sure one way or the other. No, I think what people do know hurts them a lot more than what they don't know. So, I mean, it's implicit to the nature of the thing that certainty upon which you predicate action is inherently more dangerous than uncertainty upon which you predicate ongoing inaction. So the thing is, what makes knowing more dangerous inherently is that you act upon it. Well, I don't know if that's the case at all. I don't know if people who settle with not knowing have happier lives. I do think that uh, subjective knowers tend to be happier, like ISFJs, who don't bother knowing intuitively about big picture things. They just go about their business. They know about their personal shit, right? They don't bother knowing about this election being stolen or not, right? So when subjective knowers overknow, subjectively, it's unlikely to do much harm because they might know from their own experience that eating celery makes a big difference in how their digestive system functions, but they're less likely to assume that that's true for everybody else. Even if they do, um, they just say, well, celery helps me to poop. They'll probably put it in that way. They'll say, well, my experience is that celery, blah, blah, blah. They probably are less likely to say, this is good for people. They're unlikely to say something like the hire said the other day that retaining your semen develops discipline. I mean, you know, it's just this whole general stoicist notion of self-denial is good, etc. It's ridiculous. But that's overknowing in an NI way. Like if he'd been an SI person, he might have said, I found that retaining my semen has really helped me in my experience in the following specific ways. But I mean, they would never get into that shit because they understand their body more well than that SI people do. Some people have a banning fetish. Is that a thing? I don't know. Not crying while smashing your hand with a hammer develops discipline. Yeah, right. Making no noise while being horribly injured. Not knowing how to cook or how to balance your budget probably don't lead to a happier life. Right. There are certain practicalities, I think, that lead most to a happy life, and those practicalities don't link well to intuitives in general. Like, they might, it's maybe why people come in and say, ban me, ban me, ban me. Ban me, ban me, ban me, ban me, ban, ban, ban. Testicle, is this all you want to do is just come back here, have me say the name testicle again? Silly. Fly guy makes a good point. People jump in front of trains, commit crimes so they can be killed or be put in jail, and that's probably some percentage of people have to be banned. The same boiling water that hardens an egg softens the potato, so don't let your environment determine your state. Oh, that's a cool quote, Natasha Godfrey Ashford. I like that quote. But I mean, the thing is, the problem with that quote, though, Natasha Godfrey Ashford, is neither the egg nor the potato has any choice in how the environment impacts it. It's not like potatoes can choose to be like eggs or eggs can choose to be like potatoes. Testicle, don't be boring. I've heard that a billion times before. The weird thing with that quote is, of course, the environment does determine the state of both things. I guess what it's saying is, you know, the same forces can have very different impacts depending on what they're acting upon. To the extent that you can frame environmental pressures in a way that produce positive impacts or the impacts that you want more, you should try to do so. But I don't know how much that's possible. See, my general message is stop In general, stop imagining any of the following things: that your attitude can determine your reality, that you can manifest shit by just making it with your mind happen or something, all that kind of nonsense, right? That if you are in a bad place, it's because you need to do things differently. The fact is, for most people, circumstances define their experience in their life, their self concept, etc., more than anything else. And it is possible to transcend circumstances in some instances, but uh, there are slopes to these things, you know. So it's increasingly difficult to overcome your circumstances. The more difficult your circumstances are, right? So that's one thing that we have an advantage of over eggs and potatoes. We can avoid getting into the boiling water. If we want to get wet but not soft and we're a potato, we'll have to get into cold water. I timed out a testicle today. Luminix is neither the potato nor the egg, but the water. It's kind of true. Like in that analogy, INFJs are like temperature adjusting water. You try to figure out whether they're supposed to soften or harden you and then become the temperature of water you'd like them to be. When and you're an INFJ and your partner's not conveying to you much information about what he'd like you to be, as I don't to Rachel, she's in this kind of strange loss. She's at a bit of a loss, you know, like she thinks maybe she loves me more than I love her. And no, that's definitely not true. I mean, I don't know how you even compare those things, but I'm certainly just as devoted to her as she is to me. She worries that she's not a good enough wife, that she doesn't do enough, or whatever. She was talking about this last night. So, like, bro, just chillax, all right? Nobody's upset about anything. Reminds me of the face from Spirited Away. You mean this face? Well, I mean, right. The thing is, Rubinar, what she wants to get pings back on is what I'd like her to do. For example, she wants me to provide the data on whether or not she's doing enough chores, you know, being a good team player. But I don't really expect her to be much of a team player, you know. I maybe it's third slot FE, eighth slot SE or whatever, but in every instance that I think something wants to be done, my first instinct is to just do it myself. If I think about asking somebody else, like maybe I ask Rachel to do it, I immediately think of the rebuttal. Well, why can't you do it yourself, Eric? To which I don't have any answer. I could go, well, it just seems like it's fair for you to do this or something. But the thing is, like yesterday, I asked her to make me a microwave food, make me a beverage, and get me a drink from the fridge. The thing is, she always does things that I ask her to do when I ask her to do things. I just don't ask her to do things very often. Right. Well, I mean, the other thing is, it links to when I'm off Adderall, when I go off Adderall. The answer is rock. Hey, don't defame Ruben, says Lou. I agree. Show media, if Ruben R. had cocaine and he didn't give me any, then shame on him. I think that the most rebels in the rock scissors paper world are your scissors users. Because if 60% throw paper, the rest should show. I mean, throw rocks. The rest should throw paper to cover the rocks. Only your deep rebels go scissors. There is no way Ruben could have been pulling off doing coke around me without me picking up on it. I don't tell my wife nor expect her to clean anything. It's more that I don't want her to associate me with commands or boring stuff like chores. Not that she would anyway, just my thoughts. Right. I think that boy Klaus sums it up nicely. Anybody who throws scissors out the gate is a low key psycho. Um, I think I tend to more pull people to tell me if I could imagine the ideal outcome, what would that look like, and then adjust towards that. Okay, but my point is, Natasha, we're operating under. All right. You throw rock, paper. In a single chance game, you throw. Maybe I'll do this. Your row sham Boeing to pick the restaurant. You throw your own Shamboing to pick the restaurant. Did I misspell restaurant? Restaurant. You throw rock, paper, or scissors. I just put one chance. Everything on the line. I'll put that instead. One chance. It's all on the line. It's all on the line. You throw. It all comes down to this. Put that instead. It all comes down to this. You throw rock, paper, scissors. That's a good one. That's a good way to put it. Sure, I anticipated everyone's going to say, like, oh my goodness, I'd have to know which opponent I'm facing. You know, if I'm going to face Bob, I'm going to go scissors. If I face Mary, I'll go paper. With Steve, I'll go rock. Rio chooses paper. So far, we've got 33% rock, 50% paper. So the thing about this poll is right now, the smart choice is scissors. You have the greatest chance of winning if you choose scissors because 56%, 60% of the people are choosing paper. So this is uh, whoever's winning is losing, and whoever's losing is winning. This is an interesting one. Now scissors is still losing, but it's gotten a little more popular after I pitched the benefits of scissors. So, like, if you threw rock, you lost 55% of the time. If you threw scissors, you won 55% of the time. And if you threw paper, you won 27% of the time. We don't know how many times you're going to tie, obviously. I like this poll question a lot. I bet this poll question gets a lot of votes ultimately. Because I think when you have a poll up and it sometimes shows that on the shorts feed maybe, and people come in just to vote on the poll and then leave. That's how come sometimes we get a lot of votes on the poll beyond the amount of people who aren't present. I think that's probably a little high on this one, but I do think it probably gets a fair amount of votes. Jess Colonel is back. Hi, how are you? Oh, sure. It's pronounced Colonel, but looks like Colonel to me. So, what's one thing that I need to do this morning that we can do, that we should do, that we will do eventually? 15% psychopaths choose scissors. The reason to choose scissors is because then if you lose the Rochambeau, you can stab them with the scissors. Have you thought about LY question? I don't know what LY question is. What was your question? I don't remember what it was. Do you want to repeat what your question was? I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I think I'm going to walk around outside a little bit. As though I were smoking a cigarette. I think I should probably make some food too. I should make some food. I should eat some food, but I'm not actually hungry right now. I don't feel like making anything, so. Oh, you know what? I think we have. This will be good. Oh, actually, I'll eat these. This is convenient. This I can just wash down with coffee. Lou, I don't know if you're still here, but in case you haven't heard, I don't think we're going to end up going to Oregon. Getting my car fixed, which is a necessary precondition to the trip, is proving a lot more difficult than anticipated. So it's not firmly decided yet, but It's like we're not going to make it up there. I went down to a course called yesterday to get the car fixed, the day before actually, and they had told me bring it on Monday. It'll be fixed by the end of the day, Tuesday. And then they called me after they had it a couple hours, and they were like, "Oh, we didn't know how hard it is to change this thing on a Mini." Yeah, I could rent a car. We'd have to pay um a decent amount for that car rental for a week, plus the extra mileage charges could be going so far and back. Um, I still have to get the car fixed, so it would just be a big extra expense. I got some third slot NI at play there, Shano. So like, as I've been thinking about this, it's like having to fix the car was already an unanticipated big expense. It's not cheap to get a clutch repaired in a Mini because apparently they got to drop the whole transmission. Which makes me think like, well, one of the advantages of not going on this trip probably saves us $1,000, maybe a little more, just on in terms of gas and food and incidentals. We already have the rooms booked, and we already have the tickets to the concert. I uh, I think that I'm probably not going to be able to get the money back from the rooms because I don't think I got trip insurance because I'm I'm the kind of guy who assumes things are going to work out as they're supposed to when you do things properly. I assumed I was going to get my car fixed because I did things properly. I called the guy first. I got confirmation that this would happen on these days. I booked it. I did everything I was supposed to do. Fortunately, the room was covered. Why is my cat evil? My cat's not evil. She's uh she's amoral, like most animals. So, right, well, I mean, everybody assumes various things, but people who are the most SITETESI, they're going to be of the mindset, don't count your chickens till they're hatched. And the people who are the most NIFE, FENI, they're gonna basically say things. If I do things right, things will work out like they should. Orange cats are silly. I don't. I've never had an orange cat, so I don't have any experience with that myself. The most um, angriest of meows you'll ever hear is from Trouble. I don't remember your question. Did you ask it again? You'll have to ask the question again. Okay? Just Colonel. Yes, the cat is sleeping. She's sleeping with the face and she's sleeping. Oh, I answered that question. I don't want to discuss it any further. It's a category error. I'm timing you out. We're asking it again. That's not how one becomes gay. It has nothing to do with whether one's gay, etc. It's a ridiculous, like, childish question to ask. It's a category error. It's just not how reality works. I probably shouldn't have timed you out since I told you to ask it again. That's my bad, but I did anyway because I timed you out before because you wouldn't stop asking such a dumbass question. It's offensive in some sense, right? It it assumes things about sexuality that are incorrect. Yeah, Boba Fett, maybe I was a little quick to time him out. All right. Or I should have just removed it. I'm sorry, yeah, whatever your name is, for timing you out instead of just removing it. My bad, my mistake. Sometimes I make those mistakes. I can't untime you out. It's not possible. So you're just gonna have to write it out. And I'm just gonna have to live with my injustice. I think show media is just joking, but you know, I don't. I think he's trying to exemplify the craziness of that logic, but it doesn't necessarily come across like that. It doesn't have to be pornography to watch gay anime. There's this show that I don't watch currently. It doesn't not of interest to me, but it's called. Let's see if I can find it. And this is it's pretty rare to have progressed. The banished former hero lives as he pleases. That's what I meant to say earlier. Um, it's actually pretty rare to have things that are progressive in terms of sexuality in Japanese anime, but I can think of a few. Uh, there's one great. Oh yeah, I'm in love with a villainess, in which the character went back into an otami game. Otami games are games where you're a lady and there's a bunch of guys who all are trying to be your suitor, and you gotta like marry the best one or something. Um, but she was lesbian and she was in love with the villainess in the game, and basically there's this conversation in that show where they're like, "But you just love whoever you love, right? I mean, it could be a boy or a girl." She says, "No, I. That's not the case. I only am interested in girls," which was super. And of course, in that particular world, everyone was super cool about it. Nobody was homophobic or whatever. But that's a rarity in anime. But this year they have another one that's in the same vein. It's called. Hmm, let me see if I can find this gay show. It's notable because it's so unusual in Japanese anime. Mm, is it this one? No. Where is it? I don't know. I can't find it. It's about two dads raising a kid. I haven't watched any of it, but I noted it because, like I said, it's unusual. They don't have a lot of homo stuff. Although they do have a lot of like racism bad stuff, which is weird considering how ethnocentric they are. Is it astronaut? No, it's not either. I can't find a condition called love. That's what it is. Oh no, that's not it. That's not it either. I forget which one it is. And I didn't notice this one. They released 25 episodes of this old cartoon, Genesis Climber Mas Pieta. Well, whatever. Whatevs McGavs, you know. I shouldn't have timed you out, Jess Colonel. I'm sorry I timed you out. I know. I told you to repeat the questions. That's totally on me. Okay, I should have just removed the question. I'd forgotten what your question was, and I'd forgotten how annoying it is. But I still shouldn't have timed you out, and that was my fault, and I'm sorry. I can't do anything to go back and undo it, but I am sorry nevertheless. It was a mistake on my part. I should not have done that. I'm admitting it, okay, Jess Colonel? I can't ask you to repeat your question and then time you out for repeating it. That's not fair. I'm sorry I did that. It happened before I knew what my finger was doing. Well, Lou, and it's requiring me to adjust to and having trouble sometimes. Like, for example, timing that guy out when I should just remove that one versus, knowing exactly where to walk the line on this particular issue is tricky for me because it hasn't historically been that much of an issue around here. No, I told you it represents a category error. It's like saying, um, if I watch a musical play, will that turn me gay? Does it make a difference whether it's a musical play about something tough or something fruity? No, it's a ridiculous question. Obviously, that's not gay. Homosexuality doesn't come from there, right? You either are or are not inclined towards homosexual attraction. And your status doesn't get defined by specific acts or whatever like that. It's ridiculous. Did I ridicule it? Well, I said it was ridiculous and that it's a category error and a lot of other things, but you didn't seem to understand what I was saying because you just asked the question again. You said it was accidental, right? If it's accidental, then it's not a sexual action. It was just incidental contact. If you purposefully engaged in homosexual sex because you wanted to, that's a strong indicator that you're homosexual. In any other context, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. No, I'm sorry, Natasha Godfrey Ashford. You got that backwards. The Titanic has the opposite effect. All right, you fuck off too. Ay, ay, ay. It's like, please don't spam like that, Captain Lamest. You are indeed Captain Lamest. Well, I do remember a specific instance of noticing them one morning after I had spent the night in the desert, and like we've been camping, and that's when I noticed these ones. Like out the next morning, like, oh, these are kind of like big lions here. But what do you mean, Christmas, Sean? Yeah, Christmas, Sean. Why are you so addicted to Christmas? I was about 25, I think. All right, more time out for you. It was all over the news during the Iraq War. What was all over the news? Christmas? Sean Al, otherwise known as Christmas Sean, or Sean Christmas L, has been known to decorate every place he comes near with with Christmas decorations. Okay, for Jess Colonel, what I see from you is never mind, won't ask it again. Then the next thing I see from you is it was all over the news during the Iraq War. I don't see anything in between. Thank you, Ruben R. I once got fingered by a doctor, and I've been inserting different objects ever since, says James Day. So sometimes we learn a lot. No, but you said what you said. Okay, I won't ask it again. And you said it was all over the news during the Iraq War, but I have nothing in between that. My question is whether it's accidental or not. Is it a sin? No, it's not a sin. Okay, God isn't petty like that. He wouldn't make people, attracted to people and then make that a sin at the same time. It doesn't make any sense. It's sinful to cheat because it's a violation of contract, right? I'm not God, no. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure that to the extent that God is going to judge your behavior sexually as sinful, He's going to judge it on the criterion of whether or not you are demonstrating adequate respect and care for the various people you're having sex with. If you're leaving a wake of broken hearts behind you, then God's going to find that sinful. If you are behaving in ways that everybody wins, then God's not going to have a problem with it, right? The only kind of specific behaviors that are inherently sinful are those that are rights violating. Okay, well, you've got a crazy old school understanding of religion that you shouldn't have. I don't know what else to say. Well, right. I think everybody agrees with that, Lou. That homosexuality itself is not a sin, but that certain Christians believe that homosexual acts are a sin. Well, the problem with this notion is there's like one line from the Bible that they use to source this, and the Bible was just written by Jesus' dumbass friends. That is not the definitive source on Christianity. The core tenets of Christianity are justice via rights respecting, virtue via forgiveness, and um, and not judging and shit. This idea that we have to worry a lot about you know whether or not like so let's imagine this. Let's imagine I'm having sex with a woman, but behind her back I'm looking at pictures of naked men. Is that sex? Let's say if it's my wife. Is that sex act a sin? Exploiting people is obviously wrong. Exploiting people is either rights violating. Okay, just Colonel. Homosexuality is not a sin. No, it's not a sin according to Christianity. There's one quote from the Bible that I believe is from the Old Testament, even pre Christ, that says you shouldn't lie with a man like another man or something like that. But why would you have so much faith in the Bible? I thought you're supposed to have faith in Jesus and God and stuff. If you want to worship a book, go for it, but don't claim that that explains Christianity. James Day is addicted to anal sex. And that's why he needs to join Anal Wreckage Anonymous. Okay, what does it say exactly? I mean, again, there's no reason to think that the Bible, for example, I'm way more correct about Christianity than the Bible could ever conceivably be. I'm obviously in an evolved state of understanding compared to people of biblical times. So, well, yeah, I mean, the thing is that he was without sin, throw the first stone, right? Um, the point is, there's no good reason to believe that homosexuality is a sin because I mean it's horrible that it happened, just Colonel, but I mean God's judging the Americans there, if anybody, for sure. I don't know. I can't engage with this question because it's such a primitive understanding of sin and yeah. Um, well, true, but we can understand sin at a framework level, right? Actual sins are things that are rights violating, or at least obligation violating. And virtue are things that are you could do that are good, but you have no obligation to do. So it's important to remember Christ is Lord, that the Bible is absolutely not God's word. Remember that. Nobody says that God wrote the Bible. Nobody says that Jesus wrote the Bible. There's not a book of Jesus, right? So remember, the New Testament was written by Jesus' dumbass friends. You can definitely trust my judgment of Christianity way more than any of those fucking tards. So remember that. No, God doesn't say that. Remember, one of Jesus' dumbass friends says that. Remember? I explained this to you already, Christ the Lord. Don't be, don't be unreasonably stubborn and pretend as though I didn't say this already. Hear my words. We all agree God did not write the Bible. You have faith in some tard that was friends with Jesus. Maybe or maybe not friends with him. That's who you have faith in, okay? So stop pretending you're a Christian because you worship the Bible, not God or Jesus. No. I mean, look, Christ the Lord, the legitimacy of someone's opinion has absolutely nothing to do with how close they are to the event happening in history, right? So it's like we've got multiple people in this chat right here who are in the exact same moment in history, some of whom are incredibly wrong about Trump, some of whom are incredibly wrong about Biden, some of whom are incredibly wrong about all different things. But most notably, there's no consensus about it among them. Should we trust any of them to be the absolute voice of history on this moment? Absolutely not. Do we recognize, like all human beings, they are fallible in their understanding of things? Yes. So what do we respect most? Somebody who's capable of sophisticated analysis like the things you are hearing right now. Not idiots from a long time ago. Don't be retarded. I'm going to start evangelizing. From now on, I'm changing my gears. I used to be, I didn't have strong opinions about how other people should have faith. Blah, blah. From now on, I'm just going to shit on everybody who does it wrong. Shit in their mouth until they learn, oh, fuck, I'm retarded. How about that? How about that, tards? How do you like the sound of that? I like the sound of that a lot. Right. So you don't prioritize proximity when evaluating the legitimacy of analysis, right? Just because Mia is close to situation Mia is not a good reason to believe they're more accurate in their understanding of it. In fact, it's probably the opposite. So anyway, I guess my job is to teach Christians to stop fetishizing the Bible. Talk about false idol. But John said, well, who the fuck's John? John can shove his head up his ass like everybody else is wrong. But Paul said, Paul is a good musician. He writes great songs. He's not a purveyor of ultimate wisdom about the universe, okay? But Mia said, get out of here, Baldy. Get out of here, Baldy. And then had to bear him all 42 boys for jeering him. So obviously, have a little bit of sense. I guess I could water these things. Obviously, I'm not in a very good mood today. I would call my mood halfway between Mia and Pia. Maybe a third of the way towards Mugity. I don't know. What are you going to do? What are you going to do in life, huh? What are you going to do? Hopefully I can get some money back for the LCD sound system tickets. Via like StubHub or something. I guess I'm decided that we're not going to go on this trip. It's still not impossible, but just that trip down to the casino and stuff, it made me really feel like, oh God, everywhere other than here is so much less comfortable than here. I'm old and becoming a bit of a comfort whore, you know? I really don't know what to think about this vaping yet. It's like I feel like I haven't gotten used to it yet. But I do feel as though, from all I can tell in terms of my body, it definitely seems not as bad for me as cigarettes. It feels like it's not really cashing my lungs. But now the only thing I got that's really cashing my lungs is smoking bong rips, and that's not. I never felt like that really cashed in my lungs as much as cigarettes does. I'll go inside in a second, and yeah, yeah. Love your neighbor, okay? I'm your neighbor, and I think the Bible's stupid. Love me by admitting that I'm right. Either that, or you call down bears to maul down boys for calling you baldy. Then I'll believe in your commitment to the Bible. Like, you hear so many people talking about how homosexuality is a sin. Why don't you hear anybody talking about how calling someone baldy is a sin, worthy of a bear mauling? Why don't people focus on that part of the Bible? Well, do you believe that calling somebody baldy is a sin worthy of a bear mauling? Or not? What do you want, kitty? I assure you, Natasha, that God has got better things to worry about than that. Do you think God's also passing judgment on gay animals for being gay? Hey, you two squirrels, quit fucking each other right now. That's against my law. Why did you make this law, God? Uh, because, gays are weird. Okay. Why did you let people be gay at all then? Free will. But they don't choose to be gay. They can choose to not have sex. Okay. Fuck you. If that's God, then fuck you. God is not like that. No sane, decent, loving God would be like that. You have to use common sense sometimes. Just like God would not empower Elisha to call down bears to maul a group of boys who said to him, "Get out of here, Baldy, get out of here, Baldy." So you can't both believe that God is good and just and also believe the Bible. You have to choose between the two. Obviously, the top level frame is the most important thing. That God is good and just, right? Good and just and loving. Which means you have to eliminate the possibility that contraindicative things from the Bible are bullshit. You have to eliminate the possibility that we ought to give them any weight. They must be bullshit, or you have to abandon your initial frame and think God is evil. Because we can articulate specifically what comprises morally acceptable behavior outside of evaluating it in terms of God. There are plenty of things we don't need religion to determine the moral status of. Other things, like positive moral indications, we do need some kind of faith based framework because we can't deductively or intellectually conclude those things. Okay, Christ is Lord. So then I take it you're saying that it's okay to call down bears to maul 42 adults for saying, "Get out of here, Baldy, get out of here, Baldy." No, the reason Christianity is not opposed to homosexuality is not found in the Bible, as I've explained to you. And you seem to be unable to process that. Right. So it's true that homosexuality is not a sin because things that are expressly sinful are rights violations or obligation violations. Homosexuality does not comprise that, so it can't be a sin. Again, the Bible is not the final source on this. We have better ways now to process things than they did way back then. And the Bible wasn't written by God or Jesus, so we can just throw that right out the window. That you're not going to accomplish anything by quoting the Bible, right? That's not a good way to evaluate what Christianity ought to be. And you're gonna have a lot of learning to do before you're able to be a good Christian. The Bible does make predictions. It's just that either they don't come true or they're metaphorical and vague and can be interpreted as anything. Yeah. But yeah, I make predictions too. That doesn't make me God. My interpretation of those Bible verses is if you think those inform you about God, you're lying to yourself. They don't inform you meaningfully about God. And if you want to be meaningfully informed about God and Jesus, you should listen to me and not read the Bible. Would it be proof of special? I don't have any special power. I have the same power all the people who wrote the Bible have, which is writing words about God or Jesus. The exact same power. I don't need any special power to do a better job than those tards. I just have to be a contemporary person with a good grasp of language and reason, understanding, etc. Well, I mean, also according to the Bible, you shouldn't eat pork or whatever. But we're a little more sensible than that, right? But it's not easy. It's easy to make predictions. It's hard to be accurate in those predictions and impossible to be 100% accurate because the future hasn't happened yet. Whoever wrote the Bible didn't know what the future was going to be any more than anybody else does because it hasn't happened yet, definitionally. How is she being treated? Am I treating her badly? God may be omniscient, but that doesn't mean, look, for example, you can't expect God to make a rock so big that he can't lift it because that's asking him to do that which is logically impossible. God's only omnipotent in terms of things that are logically possible, right? So knowing the future is logically impossible. It's logically inconsistent with free will. If individuals have free will, then the future hasn't been defined yet, hasn't happened yet. It's impossible to know it before it does. I do hang out with him all the time. Every time I pray, I spend some time hanging out with God. Now, he never tells me anything. He never gives me any visions or whatever. My prayers are very straightforward. Thank you. I'm sorry. I love you. Your friend Eric. Amen. And if you have a more rigorous relationship with God than that, you're probably overemphasizing God in your whole overarching equation. God doesn't need you to be obsessed with him. He doesn't want you to be obsessed with him. Yeah, it is a great prayer, right? It's a prayer without hubris. No, it's a prayer in which I'm not purporting to know a bunch of things about God. And it's a prayer where it's predicated on me knowing a few things. I am a sinner who can get forgiveness for my sins, and I am blessed and should give thanks for my blessings. And I've been told before, and I just adopted this because I think it just intuitively makes sense. I should say, I love you to God, even though it seems presumptuous. And then I end it with your friend Eric, which is less presumptuous, and Amen. And there you have it. That's all the prayer I need. That's all the engagement with religion I need. If I have some moral matter that I need help with, I might say, um, like, can you help me resolve this moral conundrum? But I can't remember the last time that's ever happened, if ever. I don't have moral conundrums because I'm not placed in many circumstances that have expressly moral decisions to be made. And even if I were, the only kind of moral question that I'd have to receive guidance on would be one of a positive moral indication, not of a negative moral prohibition, of which all the guidance one needs is found in a simple explication of negative right. So we do have God repentance. I didn't know we had God repentance. I thought we were out of them, but I was wrong. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? What do you think about that? I mean, yeah, you can defend anything, Christ is Lord. You give me the worst debate case in history, I can still make an effort to defend it. I can make some arguments that require a rebuttal if left unrebutted. I could shift ground, definitely I could dissemble. I could make an effort, right? But the first duty of every person before they defend a given case is to evaluate it to see if it's worth defending on its merits, right? On its merits. And the Bible is definitely not worth defending. Jesus didn't make the New Testament. Okay? He was a carpenter, not a writer. He was crucified before he ever wrote his autobiography and memoirs. Okay? So stop saying that God wrote the Bible. And acknowledge that it was Jesus' dumbass friends who wrote the Bible, the New Testament, and I don't know, Jesus' dumbass ancestors who wrote the Old Testament. I agree with you, Christ is Lord. With that statement, I agree with you. Okay? I'm going to go with that. With what Christ is Lord says. Okay, well, let's just change the word disciples to followers, right? So now imagine that the followers here articulate in a book all of my positions on things. How good of a job do you think you're going to get understanding what the actual position I have is on anything if you have 10 different people write a book about my position, each of which looks at it from different angles and some of which answers different questions, etc.? How much of an accurate understanding of what I actually articulate are you going to get from other people's paraphrasings? Does anybody actually understand in full my positions on everything adequately to articulate them all in a book? And if so, shouldn't that be the only person who writes that book? Just think about it. Well, you're right, Ruben. I'm right about some things and right about others. Now, the asterisk doesn't apply to me. I mean, I'm not interested in finding a bunch of things in the Bible and having an argument about the Bible's legitimacy based on what it contains. We don't need to know anything about what's inside of the Bible to know that it has no legitimacy as a holy book, because its only claim to legitimacy is that the people who wrote it were closer in time to the events that they wrote about than people are now. That's not a good reason to think they were more correct about them. So that's the end of the discussion. There's nothing else to say about it. You don't need to look inside of the Bible to know this. So the problem I have with the Bible basically is I don't want to defend it. Why should I? It's like, if being a Christian required me to defend the Bible, well, now all of a sudden being a Christian is a lot of work for no particularly good purpose. I'm defending a case that is just fundamentally garbage to begin with. Why would I do that? Why not just make a good case? I'm a debate coach, after all. I believe that things worth expressing are worth expressing correctly. Okay. Homosexuality is not a sin, but sin is super gay. But in the colloquial sense of the term. Okay. I'm not even doing what I want on the channel, right? I'm just I'm just I'm just going with what the chat's going with. I'm just flowing with the flow, rolling with the row, mowing with the mow, bowing with the poe. I have no opinion on what Jesus did with his penis. I would just hope he kept it tucked in his bun huggers when he was doing carpentry work. Otherwise, he's putting his member at serious risk. My question, and something that doesn't get addressed directly in the Bible, is what does God think about the Straits? Because I've got a problem with the Straits. The Straits are the ones who overpopulated this planet with all of their children. Do we really need any more children around? We've got plenty of children. What we need is a little bit more contraception. And I'll tell you one kind of sex that never gets you pregnant. That's right, gay sex. That's in fact why Rachel and I, when we have sex, we have gay sex. So as to avoid getting pregnant. It's shocking how well it works. God doesn't love those who pretend to be good people. I'd like to believe that I'm not pretending to be a good person, that I actually am a good person. Of course, different people have a different understanding of what prioritizes in being a good person. For me, it's being on the right side of things, really. You know, articulating the correct position, opposing groupism, opposing flimsy and unnecessary justifications for delegitimizing an entire group of people like homosexuals by way of some Bible verses. I oppose that, obviously. If if in fact the Bible, reading the Bible is sufficient justification to delegitimize that entire group of people, then obviously you shouldn't read the Bible. Because obviously that's bad. You can't both have God be good and all knowing and have him say, but it's fine for us to delegitimize, hate, afford fewer rights to, or whatever, this group of people. If God's saying that, then he's not good. He's bad. So you have to make a choice, right? Do I believe in a righteous, loving God, or do I believe in the Bible? You can't have both. Sure, you could attempt to frame everything in the Bible as some form of love, but you'd definitely be the devil's advocate, right? Yeah, I have given you all my opinions to your question that I'm ever going to give you, Jess. I've already answered it in full. Because then you don't want my opinion about it. You want to state your opinion about it. And that's fine. Your opinion is wrong. You suggest I start opening my eyes and ears and shutting my mouth? Nope. Indeed, I open my eyes slash ears all the time. That's why I read about various things here and read them out loud, respond on point. I've been a professional debate coach for years. I have many years of experience doing one thing and one thing only, evaluating the best arguments for either side of a debate without any subjective bias, needing to produce the best cases on both sides of every issue. Obviously, I'm vastly more correct about most things than most people will ever be. Um, when I have my eyes and ears open, it's because I'm researching things purposefully. If you say a good argument, make a good point, I will take it seriously. But you need to be responsive to what I'm saying, not just as I'm responsive to what you're saying. I need to figure it out. I follow Christianity. Okay, well, listen to me then and accept what I say. So the thing about abortion is the the issue is most notable in that in why we can't resolve the matter, right? It's the only instance that we can come up with, anybody can come up with, where negative rights would appear to conflict if you use a negative rights framework. Since negative rights in part are defined as rights that never conflict with one another, that's one reason why we can't adjudicate abortion against a negative rights framework. You obviously can't meaningfully adjudicate it against a utilitarian framework because it would seem to appall the conscience to have abortions right up to the moment of birth, for example. A simulation does make a lot of sense. Well, it may be the case that people who talk more than others think they're right. The thing is, my opinion doesn't matter. If you want to evaluate me, you're going to have to evaluate what I'm saying, my approach to discourse, my approach to understanding things, my analysis, etc., on its merits. I am not an example of people who talk a lot. I'm Eric, and I'm saying the specific things that I'm saying, which mean specific things, and deserve to be responded to on their merits. So if you want to avoid what I'm saying by simply pointing out the fact that I'm talking a lot, well, I'm the one live streaming after all. And I do talk a lot. But that's not indicative of anything. So you're going to have to evaluate things on their merits or not at all. I ask, if it was for me, oh, look, he asked a question, let's try to mock him because he actually proved his point. When did I try to mock you because you proved your point? Maybe you're not talking to me. I don't know. You have to refer to something. I don't need opinions. I need evidence in what Jesus said and did. I mean, my opinion on it is Jesus does not care about it at all. Just Colonel, and you won't get anything but opinions on the matter. There is no definitive answer to the question, and you're just gonna have to accept that. It's what overknowing means, right? Some things you don't get to know. Now he's trying to teach us Muslim culture, Lamapao. Who are you talking about? My opinion doesn't matter. I don't know who you're talking about. So, Habibi just means friend or something. That's fine. I don't think he's trying to teach you anything about Muslim culture. He's just using a term meaning friend or whatever. Look, nobody. He just used an Arabic word. Your opinion really doesn't matter. You're just trolling at this point. So the point is, can't we all just get along, like William says? Can't we? Look, we just have to acknowledge everybody always sucks in every way. Okay? Then we're fine. Everybody always sucks in every way, and we just deal with it. You suck, I suck, we all suck for I suck. Hmm. Trouble, you bad kitty. Bro thinks he's cool, mad, feels bad for him. I I don't know what you're talking about. My opinion doesn't matter really, but I guess I don't need to know what you're talking about. You're kind of just talking at your ass, I think. Trouble, you need to leave your sister alone, please. Come on, out you go. Out. Leave her alone. She doesn't want you to bother her. Go ahead then, eat your food. Go ahead and eat your food, but don't bother your sister. Don't be a sinner, kitty. Like, even the cats, right? Capilla's nice and gets along and everything. Trouble is this abusive asshole who's always trying to chase her around and bully her and shit. One of them is sinning a lot more than the other, right? Now, granted, Capilla's more of a murderer. She brings in many more mice just because she's a better hunter. So they both sin, but I think both cats understand that catching mice is their job and therefore not sinful, even though I think of it as murder. But I think they also both understand that Trouble's a dick and that he's trying to be abusive towards Capio, even though Capio was here first and she doesn't bother him at all and she's cool. So it's like we don't need God to understand why Trouble is being sinful and Capio is not. Trouble is behaving in a toxic, abusive fashion. It doesn't matter how adorable he sometimes is. It's not okay the way he treats his wonderful sister Capio. And Rachel and I have to intervene and say no, no, no all the time. So the number one thing that's happening right now with me, actually, in terms of actual life events, is I'm developing, you know, fresh, new associative patterns. Uh, for example, okay, you're done. My opinion doesn't matter. You are done with your anti Semitism. Not going to let it happen. It's a very contentious live stream this morning, which is fine. Okay. I did answer your question. I'm saying it's a category error. That's the answer. So you're saying, is a duck a Protestant or a Muslim? I'm saying it's neither. That's a category error. Okay. Because homosexuality isn't a sin, then it doesn't matter what happened there. You're not guilty of any sin unless you violated someone else's rights. So I did answer the question. You just don't like my answer. It's a category error is, in fact, the correct answer to the question. Whether you don't want that to be the correct answer, you want the answer to be yes or no, right? That's not the answer. I'm talking to Jess Colonel. Right. Since even a purposeful homosexual act is not a sin, an accidental one obviously isn't either. I'm talking to Jess Colonel now. Okay. I'm talking to Jess Colonel. Yeah, I know. It's very contentious around here today. It's very contentious. I timed out my opinion doesn't matter because he was bringing much of the negativity into the equation. But, I wasn't intending to have a very contentious conversation about religion, but that's just how it turned out. It's like, I want an environment that people of all different groups can feel comfortable hanging out in, whether they be black, so I don't want racist stuff against black people, Mexicans, Asians, any race, right? I don't want people making a monolith out of any religion and saying those people are all bad. I don't want people saying homosexuals are bad or that they're sinful or that it is a sin because obviously that's not going to make any actual gay people feel very comfortable around here. So I tend to argue against it, but perhaps that's not the best approach since it doesn't seem to make any headway. I don't want to see African Springs. It's like I don't want any groupists to be. I don't want to deal with those kind of discursive mistakes. They're frustrating to deal with. They're most frustrating when they're earnest and authentic religious beliefs because then you're like, okay, well, I got to start from the beginning and retrain this person into how to be a good Christian and not be a Bible fetishist. Do I deal with dandruff frequently? Not very often, no. Not too often. Yeah, I'm all like tired and yeah. I don't even know. I just feel like one half tired, one half meow. Okay, he's really different. 7 stories that explain Bears QB Caleb Williams told by those who know him. Caleb Williams broke someone's wedding ring with his hard throw. Hmm. So, did the Lakers lose last night? Yeah, they lost by 2 points. Wow. I had to go to bed before that game was over. Okay. Right. Okay. I'm not going to disagree, Christ is Lord, that it is a sin according to the Bible. I'm going to assert the Bible is wrong regarding that. So you are correct to object to people saying the Bible doesn't say it's a sin. Okay. The Bible does, and that's one of many reasons why we shouldn't listen to the Bible. I'm not leaving right now. What made you think I was leaving right now? I don't know what I'm doing right now. Just kind of waiting for Rachel to get up, I guess. Well, even so, the standard would be this for this specific question, Natasha Godfrey Ashford. If you can find passages in the Bible that indicate it is bad and none that indicate it's acceptable, then you'd have to conclude that the Bible has that position on it, right? And there's just no denying that. But, the Bible's got lots of crazy positions on lots of stuff. You are famous, but this is your second account. Well, congratulations, famous. Ride vibes. I am so happy for you. Someday maybe I will be famous too. I think what I may do right now is play a song or two. Like, the other night I was sleeping and Jesus came down, told me to be gay. It's time to hump some boys. Go out and hump some boys. I'm Jesus. You should hump some boys. Well, I'm not saying God doesn't know better. I'm saying the Bible doesn't know better. Gold plaques and a few Grammys. Well, congratulations, Red Buds. I have no plaques at all out of plaques. And I have 0 Grammys. I also don't have an Oscar. I'm lacking a People's Choice Award. And all right, I admit that song was lying. God never came to me in a dream and told me to begin. Jesus didn't either. It was, in fact, the Virgin Mary. And I'm not sure if you can trust her. Yeah, I have plenty of plaques on my teeth, maybe, but. Are you trying to say that, William, are you trying to say that Jesus is a figure? The Virgin Mary. Couldn't Mary and Joseph just had the kid inside their house? Why did they need to have a baby in a manger? Like, I don't want to get birthing goo all over our bed. Is that why? You know what I'm saying? Why not just have the baby inside your house? Why in the manger? Was it nice weather outside? Maybe they didn't want the wise men to stomp mud inside the house. No, I ain't never heard about that, Natasha. So, which of the disciples was the sea goat? Was it Bert? The book of Bert. No, Buffett, don't be gross. It's a gross question. Enough. Don't be gross, please. Bruh. Rio said, bruh, you should go and now you want to stay. Well, Rio and Christ is Lord are having a little slap fight here. Simple girl, I'm with you. We don't want to know. Shut your mouth about that. You should have shut your mouth at the appropriate time and then you wouldn't have any information about that. Okay, Rio, enough. You guys don't need to slap fight continually. All right? You don't know whether Christ is Lord needs validation or not. All right? Oh God. All right. Okay. Can we stop with the menstruation, please? Rio, he's not 100 gaslighting anybody, including you. Can you please knock it off? I'm gonna time you out for 1 minute. It's like teaching middle school around here. I was so sick this week I couldn't even leave my bed, let alone go to the gym. Well, God bless you too, Christ is Lord. You have a good life too. God bless you. Have a good day. You're certainly welcome to come back if you wish. I guess I'm getting more used to this vape. I guess I should do a couple of chores of some sort rather than just fuck around all day. Okay, well, can we just not, please? Can we just not be fussy all the time? Is that conceivably possible? Yeah, well, I stopped smoking cigarettes, so I replaced it with this nicotine vape. Obviously, it's not cigarettes, and I've got a lot of things that associate with smoking cigarettes, but it does kind of meet that need for where did I put my coffee? My need for the oral fixation, yeah. I can't really fix you being third slot FE, okay? You'll do a better job of knowing and enforcing your boundaries as you get older. But even then, it takes a while to get accustomed to the idea. You don't think we have the same issues? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I might have used to have had those issues. You don't. Well, yeah, you don't get angry. I get angry sometimes. I wouldn't say I particularly explode, but you could say that. I guess. I, you know, I have what I would consider to be the normal, natural response to a failure to communicate. I'm doing my best to honestly communicate. And when others are either, what makes me mad is when people are trying to honestly communicate but aren't doing it well. It makes me less mad nowadays. I'm much less triggerable by people who are purposely trying to communicate badly to trigger me. I've got pretty good defenses in place. But yeah, this has been a spicy stream. What's with the prison shirt? It's just my brown t-shirt. That's all. Yeah, well, we don't always want it to be battle royale around here. You want battle royale, you can always go to Taylor's stream. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of battle royale going on over there. It sounds like there has been recently, anyway. Well, shut the door on their face and say each to your own is a fine enough solution, Simple Girl 357. It's just not my solution, right? I believe probably too much in the face of plenty of evidence to the contrary that I can resolve disagreements with words by being correct and articulating it in the correctest possible way. So I at least give people a chance to hear what I am saying, process it, and behave accordingly. Even though it's probably foolishly, mindlessly, wildly optimistic. Sometimes it works. Works best on people who are coming in attempting to troll, and works least well on people who are earnestly wrong, obviously. Okay, fine, Rio. You can take your victory for whatever it's worth. I don't think it's worth much, but you can have it. You held the ground. You drove the enemy from the field. Yeah. My solution would be great if it weren't for Overknowing, the title of this stream. People who know what they should not know. Over interfacing basically is like too many cooks in the kitchen, right? So over interfacing is what Jeffrey's mom did with Jeffrey's college essays, admissions essays. If she had left the matter in my hands, he would have had great essays and probably would have gotten into a variety of other places. She tried to talk to the college counselor, talk to me, maybe other people, get a lot of different voices in on this matter, and wanted to include them all in the essay. So instead of it being a good example of any specific dish, it was just this mishmash of horribleness. So finally, she kept like I refused to work with her anymore because she kept destroying my good ideas. Rio, will you just let it go? Will you just let it go? He's obviously teasing you now. Don't be reactive. Okay. Remember, today's live stream is about sunshine, rainbows, and unicorns, not about slap fights. We're trying to have a pleasant day. Should we go put some cutlets for the woodland friends? That's something that we could do that'd be pleasant, right? They're waiting for some cutlets. They want cutlets. They sent me left a letter on the door earlier saying, please give us some cutlets today. So I will do so. All right, woodland friends. You win. Cutlets it is. All right, let's go put some cutlets down. First, we'll put them up on this wall over here. These cutlets are for the wall friends. Okay, we've got a variety of different kinds of woodland friends. The wall friends being one kind. All right, now we'll go, so you see, plenty of cutlets all along. Now we'll go put some cutlets over here. This is a two-handed operation. Here you go, woodland friends. Nice fresh cutlets. Get your fresh cutlets. Get them while they're hot. All right. That's enough cutlet pudding. This is trash. I barely sipped from my tea. How sad. Just a big waste. Okay. So what are we doing now? Well, we're going to go in here. Hi, Rachel, darling. So, Rachel, I've been thinking, and I think we should cancel that trip. That's what I think we should do. If you don't feel strongly in favor of going, if you know for sure you want to do that, then I think we should. But then I'll make it happen, you know. But if you're kind of back and forth on it yourself, oh God. Oh. One of the cats puked in the water. Disgusting. Oh. Oh, God. Spilling all over the place. Fucking hell. What the fuck? What the horrible fuck? Okay, well, I guess the message here is that it's time to clean the kitchen. That's my takeaway from all of this. That it is time to clean the kitchen. Do we even need this thing? Why do we have it? Do we want it? What is it for? I don't know. I guess it goes in the dishwasher, but why don't we just leave it in the dishwasher? I don't know. Is this full of dirty dishes? Yeah. Alright, fine. We can put these cat things in here and we just run this dishwasher. We put everything in here. And you're going to put that in here. Put that there. Okay. Damn it. There. Alright, let's see if I can find any other dishes that I need to get. They're on here. Okay. I don't know what to do about this. Where does this go? It goes right there. What's it for? I don't know. That's fine. At least now it's in there and out of the way. Now watch this part out here. Wash it off. Get all them yaps and everything. Alright. This goes here. And then this will go back in when it's done. So I'll just leave this right here. Squirt this with this stuff. And then it's going to be time to take this off and replace it with this. Put this back on. And then wipe this up, getting all remnants of cat puke cleaned up in the process. Put this in the dishwasher in case it has any cat puke. I mean in the washing machine. In case it has any cat puke on it. Now, you need to wash and return this to its place. So, I will put some soap on it, on this thing. And I'll soap it up good. Soap up the other side too. Then I use this squirter part to squirt off all the soap. Okay. Now, I see underneath that cutting board, I realized, well, it's a big mess right here. So I cleaned one spot only to realize, oh, now there's another spot to clean. Put this in here where it is. Squirt, squirt, squirt. That's step one, is squirt, squirt, squirt. Step two is step I call wipe, wipe, wipe. We're going to wipe. We've squirted, now we're going to wipe. In the process, we're going to clean off the counter. And that's how you clean the counter. This is good for deglazing. So keep that there. This is empty. And I'm just going to throw that away and crack open a new dish soap. Which I have right there. Get this spot here. Things tend to get a little grosser back here around the faucet, you know. There. Done and done. Now I just need to make this go. So, one thing I learned when we first moved in here, or relearned, I had known at one point, you cannot put regular dish soap into your dishwasher. If you do, it'll make a big, foamy, sudsy mess. It'll come all out the front of it. That's what happened the first time we used the dishwasher here. But I made a big, foamy mess. Alright, now, to make this go, you put on heavy. There. Heavy's good. I just have one setting for pots and pans. We do have a pot in there, but it's not that dirty. You know, it's soaked before I put it in there. Let's go put this in the washing machine now. And we'll wait for Rachel to get up, and then she and I can talk more about this Oregon trip. I'm inclined to cancel it, but I also don't want Rachel to be disappointed if she's really looking forward to it, you know. I did clean pretty quickly, huh? Well, I only cleaned a little spot, so that's why I was able to do it quickly, I guess. All right. What now? What's going to happen now? Did I find my blue dog yet? I don't know what that means.
Hi, my handsome husband.
Hi, my beautiful darling.
So it's totally cool. We can definitely cancel. Honestly, at this point, the car is the primary thing that we need to get done.
Right. And I'm thinking if I can figure out the bus schedules for the Yarts connector in Oakhurst. I think there's a Yarts connector in Oakhurst that goes up to Mariposa. If I can figure out that connection, I can um, take it down there, get back to town, arrange with the taxi guy to drive me here, and then repeat on the way back, and it should work out fine. Assuming Yarts goes to Oakhurst, I gotta figure that out. The Madera County connection bus goes to Oakhurst. The question is there any way public transport to get from Oakhurst to Mariposa? That's the question.
What about if we still have Cameron come up?
Oh,
Anyway.
right, yeah. Well, yeah, we'll need to call him and see if ideally we'd be able to push that back a bit. And then that would make that a lot easier.
Yeah.
So we'll have to call Cameron today.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll remind you to call him after the stream.
All right, cool. Would you like an Adderall?
You know, I think I actually have one that I was gonna give you for your birthday.
Oh.
Oh, well, we don't need it. I forgot that we're putting them aside for... Sure, yeah, I'll take an Adderall.
And by the way, we do have more gabapentins right there.
Oh, okay,
we
good.
got a fair number of them.
Alright, so we could go for a little while.
Yeah. There you go.
Thanks.
We aren't going to Oregon after all. We were going to go to Oregon. Well, my friends and family are a little bit different, Gil. My friends and family counsel my addiction to determine what I need for my birthday. Much smarter approach. I'm sorry, Lou. We didn't anticipate this car problem, you know? And we didn't anticipate that it was going to be so difficult to fix. It's a little bit beyond our control at this point. It's like, okay, I'm happy with that place to fix my car if I can get them to fix it because I know they're on the cheaper side. And if I go to get it done at the dealership, it's going to be maximally expensive. And I'm also going to have to spend a night at a hotel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's just at this point, I'm like, I'm just going to have to be, I'm just going to have to cancel it. It's, with the unexpected expense of changing the clutch, also like that money is what it was going to cost to go do this trip, right? Now all of a sudden we got to put $2,000 into the car to get it fixed. You're going to put your thumb in your butt? Okay, cool. It's probably a good way to get it stinky. Is that Capito at the door? I'm not sure. So it's like, okay, well, we're going to have to get the car fixed anyway, and we already got how much we got into the trip. But, you know, then if we would actually take the trip, if we get it fixed in time, it's probably going to involve another hotel night or two in order to get it fixed someplace far enough away that they fix it. And that's going to add to the expense. And then, you know, it's just, I'm thinking we should be smart. When I factor in all the complications involved in getting it fixed before the trip versus getting it fixed in 2 weeks, well, I mean, buying a new car is not is the most expensive possible way to solve the problem. You know, this car's been reliable, got 130,000 miles in it. If I can fix it for $2,000 and drive it for another 60, 70,000 miles, it just makes more sense. You know.
Thank you, Pee-Pee. Oh, thank you, Pee-Pee. Thank you, Capio. Meow.
I mean, mine's not disposable. I've got 130,000 miles
Oh,
on it.
yes.
The only thing that's happened to it before is that I had to replace the clutch once before. I don't know if mini clutches are kind of iffy or whatever.
Thank you, Capio.
The other problem Rachel and I would have were we to go on this so-called trip is it would be difficult to keep the Sabbath holy.
Would it be?
It would, yeah.
Tell me.
Well, we'd be driving on a Sunday, and I don't know if we'd find the right kind of church to stop at during our drive.
We would need to do that.
We would have to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, thank
There
you,
you go,
Capio.
show media. There you go.
Thank you. I almost said show media. Thank you, Capio. Thank you.
You're taking dairy out to dinner, except for when I have nachos. Is cheese on nachos even dairy? Seems like it's some sort of cheese food substitute.
Yeah, like when I was vegan, I was able to have popcorn. Popcorn with butter because it wasn't actual butter.
No, I'm not looking into Islam. Okay, Power Plan 6262. I don't want your religion. Why don't you look into not proselytizing?
Do you have any other places that we have to call today, or
No, once we call, well, we need to call Cameron and let him know that the things have switched up, and then I'll have to call the shop, get an actual appointment, see how soon I can get it when I get the thing imported. Yada yada. 2 weeks, man. You donated $500. Would that help me with what?
it's a matter of getting from one place to another?
Yeah. I mean, there are we could go on this trip. You know, it's not like we couldn't make it happen. Uh, I just, you know, I'm trying to think about long term stuff, right? Long
Yeah.
term well being, and it's
Yeah.
just, I have sort of a general sense of like how much we're spending and stuff in mind. With these, with the extra property tax expenses, we got another 1,500 to pay on that by the end of the month. This unexpected 2 grand cost, um, having somewhat unexpectedly to have to refill the propane a little sooner than I expected. Uh, Assorted meow 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 meow. So accordingly, I just think that it's probably the best decision at this point. Also, I don't feel like um, it doesn't feel to me as though we've been in a doldrums waiting to go on an exciting trip.
No.
You know, maybe it does to you more. I don't know.
No, I mean, I just think about what would have what we'd have to go through to get to where we want to go, and it would be so difficult. Like, we would quickly get the car done somehow, and then like quickly get ourselves ready to go, which is never a good thing. And then we have to make a big trip. It's just
Right.
it
Well,
doesn't.
the bottom line is, if we don't have an urgency to get it done right away, I can get it done by the place down there, which I believe to be inexpensive relatively. Um, I mean, I don't, I don't even know if I can fly. I don't have the real ID.
Neither do I. Well, I have my passport.
You have your passport, but I'm not sure what the deal is on that. It's conceivable. Mamma mia.
I just feel like it's gonna be a lot, like
Right.
unpleasant.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the reasons why I was kind of turned off on the idea a little bit. It's just one of many contributing factors is going to uh, going to the casino and spending the night there, just one night there. Uh, we were just so happy to be back home after just one night away. Just so much more comfortable here than it is in any hotel, And I'm getting older. The long drives kind of take it out of me. It would be less brutal than it was when we went to Oregon from Los Angeles, but it's still pretty brutal to do a bunch of days of driving in a row.
Yeah.
It's like if the car hadn't had this problem, we wouldn't really have thought about it or anything, any of these other factors. We just would have gone on the trip as planned. But now that it includes additional hassles before we even get ready to go, like and additional monies to get it fixed, it has to get fixed regardless, right? So it's not like it's an expense we can avoid by, say, renting a car or flying. Shut up, bitch, says Tired.
What the heck? Tired?
Well, I guess he wants me to shut up and thinks I'm a
Oh, I'm
bitch.
talking to you?
I'm assuming, yeah, he's
Wow.
talking to me. Thinks I'm uh, a bitch and wants me to shut up. I'm assuming. Oh, he means you. Oh, he's saying to you. I see. He's saying to Natasha Godfrey Ashford. Oh, okay. I'm not a bitch. Well, sometimes I am. Depends. Depends on my mood. I'm a mayor. I'm the mayor. Charlemagne. Who's the mayor? Charlemagne. I drink ayahuasca for the flavor.
That
That's funny.
is funny.
Natasha's actually Taylor Swift? Wow. We got a real Taylor Swift in the house.
Wow, we
There.
do.
Where is your boyfriend? You should make him go to the same internet chats that you're going to. YK is a term they used for a virus they were concerned was going to ruin library books in the year 1000.
Oh, the library books.
You know, they didn't have the internet yet, right? So they worried about a print virus ruining the library books, the Dewey Decimal System back in the year 1000, even though they didn't have the Dewey Decimal System back then. My daddy issues stem from the fact that my father was just, he set too high of a bar. There's no way I could meet that bar. And my mommy issues stem from the fact that, you know, my mom got dementia and died and stuff. So I wish she would have been normal to the end of her life. I'm going to treat everything like it's directed at me. I don't have meowy issues, show media, no matter who it's actually directed to. I probably threw you down 2 sets of stairs. Was he helping you escape a fire? You're tired of a disgusting daughter? I don't think you should talk about your daughter like that, tired. Oh. Some people are terrible parents, you know. They don't do a good job of parenting their child. My parents were not bad parents, but that doesn't mean that I was the son my dad wanted to have, you know. Right. Great parenting does not result in a problem-free life. I had great parents, and I have had plenty of problems in life. But I don't blame them for it. I guess I blame my inherent nature. But I don't think that okay, good. So convert to Islam then, Jess. There you go. The two cats are lying on the ground looking at each other.
Yeah.
Oh, don't convert to Muslim. Okay, then do convert to Christianity. Whatever you think's best. Okay, just go on, Colonel. You do whatever you think's best. I'm not going to chime in on this matter any further. I gave you the answers, you just didn't like them.
No, tired.
I'm reading a horror book in Braille. Something bad's gonna happen. I can feel it. What do you think about eating some foods? Do we have anything frozen to eat?
Yes, we do. We got lasagna, chicken parmesan, and there's one more sweet and sour chicken.
Can I have the sweet and sour chicken?
Yeah.
Thanks. Do
Sure
you mind making it?
thing.
Appreciate it.
Of course.
Casey Jones says, "Old man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you, filled with saxophones and ducks." When you already asked the exact right person who gave you the exact right answer, you just didn't like it. Yes, Alexis, I remember you. How could I forget you at this point?
I thought we had one, but I guess we don't.
You were thinking about the Mexican casserole.
I could have swore I saw one yesterday, but I think it was just the banquet hot pie. So
I'll go for Mexican casserole if there is one. If not,
yeah, there is.
so whoever stole my Microsoft Office, I will find you. You have my word. Luvi Ajnawala, hello. I don't have any feelings about transgenderism. I have nothing to do with it. I don't know anybody who's planning on transgendering, and I'm not considering it myself, so why would I have an opinion on it? Alright, well, if you want Bible quotes, go for it. Well, that's not a good way to get the answer.
Meow.
It's like,
Meow.
I want to find some gold. I'll just reach into these random buckets here. Maybe there's gold in there. That's not a good way to find gold.
Meow.
You saw me laugh for the first time? I mean, we could have a face-to-face discussion. I mean, if I were to have that discussion right now, we'd have to meet in a Google Meet room, and I'd have to show the only way you'd be on camera is if I showed it with this camera. But if I had planned it ahead of time, I could stream directly from Google Meet. However, I don't know how to vertically stream from Google Meet, so maybe you can, I'm not sure. Besides which, I don't typically like I don't particularly like to have a lot of face-to-face discussions. You know, this is what I do, how I do it, why I do it. Because I feel like doing this, you know. And I don't, in my experience in the past with discussions with other people, I always figure out the same thing. The other person, in order to be prepared to have a discussion about whatever with me, I first have to teach them a bunch of stuff.
Thank you. Thank you, Kapia.
I thought you said shut up. No, I was just swishing around some water in my mouth to swallow that last little piece of Adderall. And not have to deal with a horrible taste. That's why I was doing that. Because if you melt Adderall in your mouth, which is the smartest thing to do because you get full bioavailability, then you have to deal with the horrible taste of it. Does it taste good? No. It does not taste good. It tastes what? Bad. That's right. You love kosher pickles from 1938? That's got to be difficult to find a bottle of those. So it is noon on what a day? Tuesday? Ugh. It's noon on a Tuesday and I just ain't feeling it. There's nothing going on but muggity meow. Yeah, it's Tuesday. After I eat some of this food here, then I guess I'll bring the garbage cans in from the street. That's worth doing. Maybe I will. I do like fried pickles. Maybe I will empty the bags full of cardboard into one of the regular trash cans. It sounds like I left the garage door open. I guess I must have left the garage door open, huh? Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
You're a sweetheart.
I think you're a sweetheart.
Thanks, darling.
So, do you want me to make any phone calls?
Yeah, we could call Cameron, I guess.
Okay.
How did my dad show love to me? He, he was very much there for me, if I needed him. All right, time to close the poll. The winner is Rock. Do I like cornbread? It's okay. Chicken casserole? Yeah. How did my dad show love to me? I mean, he taught me how to do things. He took me to do activities with him. He included me all the time, Even when I didn't want to be included. Alright, I'll do a poll. Fried pickles? Yes or no? I like fried pickles. I think they're delicious. Good night, Lubai Adj Nawala.
Yeah, sorry, Pee-Pee.
Do I like guys? I'm a heterosexual male. Who's happily married to my beautiful and delightful wife, Rachel. That is she right there. Hey, Trouble. Behave yourself.
Okay, I'm calling.
Are you calling Cameron? Cool. I will throw this at you.
Hello.
Hi, Cameron. It's Eric.
How's it going, Eric?
Pretty good. Just FYI, I'm live streaming right now, but I'm calling you to talk to you about logistics. So, My car, I need to get the clutch replaced on it. It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to get that work done in time to go on our trip. So I think we're going to cancel
Yeah.
our trip.
Um, yeah, unless you just want to drive my car on the trip.
Um.
Drive up there, you take my car, you come back, and then, if you want.
Well,
Think
that's
about it.
that's not it. That, we will think about that. That's a possibility. But what I was going to say is, assuming we don't do that, um, I, you're still welcome to come up if you want to. And in fact, if I schedule at a certain time, then maybe you could facilitate me getting back from the mechanic and stuff.
Yeah, what I've got going on now is I was hoping to come up a little earlier than your trip and then leave right when you were back, as my brother will be back in town.
Okay.
But that doesn't have to happen that way. So, but yeah, just think about my car if you want.
All right, we'll think about that possibility. Thanks for offering, Cameron. We'll
Sure.
follow up in the next day or two. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Thanks, man.
Okay, sure.
Bye.
Bye.
This fool definitely smells like hot doo doo. I do smell a little bit right now. It's true, but I don't think it's like hot doo doo. I think it's just generally like body odor. Because I haven't changed my. That's pretty nice offer of his.
Yeah, it is.
I guess we'll have to discuss that.
Yeah, he is.
I'm not sure. One concern about taking him up on that offer is, then I'm responsible for his car, right?
I'm like so settled on
Not
canceling
going.
the trip.
Yeah, I'm settled on it now too.
I think having him here though will be extremely helpful because then you'll have a way of getting there and back.
Well, that's if he comes up during a time period when he can facilitate that. It's going to be 2 weeks before they have the part down there, etc. Anyway, now that you're settled on it, I'm settled on it too. Neither of us seems to be pushing for going particularly bad.
We can cancel the hotel rooms.
We'll try. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll get anything back.
I would say the higher that it takes about the same. As far as the question that you had asked, you mentioned something before. I don't know what you're talking about specifically, but I definitely find you an interesting phenomenon. Like, I do have a beautiful wife. However, well, I think you can get away with saying I'm old.
He's not either.
I'm definitely not a turd. Think beyond NACT. So, I would suggest that perhaps it'd be wise to evaluate me on some actual metric before assuming conclusions regarding me. Just because you don't want to seem dumb. Yeah, well, that's because I'm a badass. That's how I roll, motherfuckers.
What does ETF mean?
I don't know. WTF.
Oh. I'm sorry, Lou, that we won't be able to visit you.
Yeah, it's just that the Greek god I have the body of is Aphrodite. You're not badass. You get lots of money. That's it.
He's super badass. He stood up to my family who for so long treated me poorly, and like they're not bad people. We just didn't get along. Like I was under a lot of stress. We just didn't understand each other, and out of like everyone who I've ever dated, Eric was the only one who was able to stand up to them. Actually, people even like they bought into their bullshit.
Dude, I'm 68. I can beat your ass. I mean, the thing is, by saying I'm badass doesn't mean I'm gonna win any physical altercations necessarily. It's like you'd have to be pretty weak to think that you're gonna accomplish anything in life with physical altercations. You have to win verbal battles, you know. You have to understand clearly where your boundaries are, where they should be, what's legit, what's not legit. You got to be correct across the board to be truly badass. Nobody ever beat anybody with physical violence in the modern world, you know? I mean, that's just a good way to lose all the arguments.
No way.
Well, tired. She'll be disappointed since all the money is in a trust fund that my daughter has authority over, not her. So, but Rachel loved me. Rachel and I got together before I had any money.
Yeah.
We were together for a long time before I had any money in incredibly difficult circumstances.
Yeah.
And the reason we're together is because we're so very compatible.
Uh-huh.
I mean, no. In the end, bites up to don't do the talking. They might do the talking in the beginning,
Aw.
but the matter is resolved later on in court. Right? I'd rather you beat me up and then I go visit you in jail and taunt you than the other way around.
Yeah, exactly, Lou. I'm sad about it too. I mean, I was looking forward to it. There's no, I am grooming Eric every day.
Sorry, don't be crass. Who's coughing? I can't stand. Well, you should go elsewhere then. You're likely to hear a certain amount of coughing on this channel. Rachel's hitting her
my
THC
vape.
vape. I'm eating Mexican casserole. It's basically beans and tortillas and corn.
I recommend it to people who are looking for something to eat. Hey, Rio.
Oh, I absolutely will call the cops when I get beat up. Here I am. Because I will not have initiated any physical violence. I behave as though if I use words, others will have to engage with me with words or walk away from me. If they hit me, well, then they're just committing a crime. Obviously, I'm not going to be walking around worried about criminals punching me because I call them out on some shit.
He's just like Charlie Brown.
Sing you a lullaby, Sashu? Okay. Go to sleep now, go to sleep now. Now you're asleep.
I'm doing good, Rio. Kind of wish I put some makeup on, but my day just kind of started, which is nice. It's nice and warm out. I'm glad that we settled on what we're gonna do about the trip.
Mailman's here.
Oh, Mailman's here. How are you, Rio? Oh, thanks, Natasha Godfrey Ashford. I really like your profile pic. Oh, thanks, Rio.
Here's your Giat.
Oh, my Giat. Thank you.
Rachel got a Giat in the mail today.
I needed to get a new one.
So anyway, the point is, the reason why I'm such a badass is not because I can beat anybody up in a fight, but because I'm the ultimate Sigma Giga Chad. Mm-hmm.
Social media. Oh, you had a fight with a guy? Like a verbal fight? I'm hoping.
Sasha, you don't have a profile picture. You just have an S.
Yeah.
Oh, you hold the title of Sigma Giga Chad?
No, I'm his wife. I'm 39. I'm not that young.
Yeah. Oh, you're the Sigma Giga Chat.
Oh, where are you?
Well, I mean, I'm not a chatter, so
Oh.
I'm not competing against anybody in the chat. I think other chatters might take exception to your declaration of yourself.
You're a Sigma Giga Pixel.
I'm a Sigma Giga Chad.
Oh, Chad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sigma Giga Chad.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Chanel, regarding the earrings.
Well, regardless of its controvertibility, others may nevertheless voice disagreement. Kung Pao Chicken, a chicken chow mein. How do you find your true path in life? Well, first of all, you have to make a decision about whether or not you understand yourself as having a specific path or destiny that you're supposed to fulfill. If you understand yourself as such, then I guess you'd have to explore the question of how exactly to determine that destiny according to the frame of reference through which you understand them. I mean, if God came to me in a dream and said I'm the second coming of Jesus, I'd just figure, well, that's a crazy dream. I apparently have delusions of grandeur. I'm not dreaming that. Well, that's one possible frame that you could answer that question from. So, if you, now I've never had to take a life in these streets. Yeah, I do know that. Cat's meow. So depending on your frame of reference, you may have a frame that says, I do have a specific destiny. I was born to do meow. And my goal in life is to fulfill meow and to become meow. And if that's the case, then it depends what meow is as to how to do it. But if you're trying to figure out, if you somehow know that you have a specific destiny or path you should follow, but you don't know what it is, then that's a complicated question, because then how do you know it exists at all? We're from California, Mariposa County, California, which is a wonderful place to live, unless your car gives you troubles. If your car gives you problems, this is a difficult place to live, because there's no good way to get here from here to the mechanic and back.
I feel so impulsive. Like, now that we've made the decision, right? Because, like,
That's
I
me.
think that was like so incredibly nice of Cameron to like ask us to use his car, but I think that I'm over it now.
Yeah, we already mentally, emotionally
Yeah.
determined we weren't going,
Yeah.
etc.
So now I want to like call the hotels.
All right, well, I would say sunrise solitude. You want to narrow down. Um, you want to narrow down what kind of thing it is that you think you're meant to do. I will try to read your last question, Sashi. But if you really were Jesus, what issue would I tackle first? Jesus doesn't tackle issues, right?
Oh.
Jesus doesn't even prevent himself from getting crucified, let alone tackling issues. He just says things to people like, hey, everybody, be cool. Don't be a dick.
It's probably like that's probably more accurate than what his friends have said. He said.
That'd be a good bumper sticker. Don't be a dick. Jesus. He just said that in Aramaic. You want cards, huh?
We're doing cards.
Alright. We're gonna
Shuffle
do
them
some
up.
cards for Sunrise Solitude.
Sunrise Solitude?
I have a solution for the Israel shoot. We put all the Israelis in one animal park in one side of Africa, all the Palestinians in another animal park in the other side of Africa, and then we put, that's not what I'm trying to get, then we put all the animals in the Holy Land. And we knock down all the buildings and everything.
I saw that. Jesus. That's more, I feel like God would be like that. God would be like, I saw that. Jesus would be like, oops. That was me. I'm gonna wash some feet now.
Yeah. Or, can you please stop proselytizing at people? Jesus. No, you don't have superpowers if you're Jesus.
No,
You're
you
just a
don't.
guy who doesn't sin. If anything, that makes you have zero powers.
That's why the Romans were like, what's with this guy?
It's so easy for them to crucify him. All they just had to do, they didn't even have to do anything. Just like, now you got to carry this over there, and then we're going to nail you to it. And he just like carried it. I'm like, well, I guess I got to get crucified. It's like they say, when in Rome, get crucified. Now, if I were God, then I'd have plenty of powers. I could cause plagues. I could have bears maul people. You can only walk on water if you're wearing nice shoes you don't want to get wet.
Sunrise Solitude.
Surrender, Sunrise Solitude. You need to surrender to what? This next card says Jesus, I'll be surprised. Space. And then confidence. And yeah, sinning is a choice. You can't accidentally sin. That's just incurring civil liability. Magic. Alright, so if you want to know your path in life, you've got to give yourself space to have confidence enough to surrender to the magic.
Ooh.
Give yourself space for sufficient confidence to surrender to the magic. Or you could say, confidence gives you space to surrender to the magic. When two people have sex, it's a twosome. When three, it's a threesome. Now I know why they call you handsome. Impure thoughts are not a sin. Okay, you cannot sin inside of your head. You have to take some kind of action, be it words or actual action, to sin.
Who's next? That was sunrises.
Anybody else want a 4-word sentence of truth? I guess it's give yourself space to be confident. Or confidence gives you the space for surrendering to the magic. You're never going to know the true magical truth unless you surrender to it. All right, Sean, here you go. Let's see what words you get.
Rio.
Your first word is fear. Fear the Reaper, Sean. Fear the Reaper. What was the business you used to have, Sean, before you sold it? In Florida. What kind of business was it? Energy. Ideation. And magic again.
Wow.
All right. Fear de-energizes the magic of intuition, of ideation. Fear de-energizes, the magic of ideation. Or energy, ideation provides the magical energy that overcomes fear. That's another way to put it. All right, Sasha, you're next. Speaking of saying, if you paint 20 paintings, you aren't an artist. If you play 5 songs, you're not a musician. But if you kill one person, all right, Sasha, you got mystery.
Ooh.
Next, you've got growth.
Ooh.
I am fine, Kane. I am fine. How are you? Bro, this is lies. This is not lies. This is me pulling cards at random and then putting them together into a sentence. Illumination. And, I mean, they're not lies. They're just cards I put at random. Peace. So, growing illumination brings peace in the mystery.
Ooh.
Growing illumination brings peace in the mystery. It just means you're growing, okay? You're growing more illuminated. And automated data entry program, huh?
Natasha Godfrey Ashford, want to go?
Sure she does. Sure she wants to go. With the truth flying so fast and furious like this, flow, Natasha. Uh-oh. Sounds like Natasha's having her menstrual cycle. Mystery, another one. I just came into a bunch of money, which is strange for me. I usually use a paper towel. Consciousness. Intuition. Intuition is just the flow of mystery into consciousness. Intuition is the flow of mystery into consciousness. Or intuition is how mystery flows into consciousness. Intuition is how mystery flows into consciousness.
Intuition is how mystery flows into consciousness.
What do I think about life? What do I think about life? That's a very broad question, right? What do you think about life? Like, in terms of the big cosmological questions, I don't know. I don't know what happens after we die. I don't know why we're here, if we're here for any specific reason, if it's just, well, I just don't know. And neither is anybody else.
This is for 1 minute.
Well, even, you want me to pull?
Sure.
Even if it is the case that I'm here to be judged by God, it's not clear on what metric exactly I'm most being judged on. Even if we concede that we're here to avoid sinning, that's a prerequisite to being a good person, that's not informative about why human beings are here.
This is for 1 minute.
Just purely to be tested. Have confidence that you can stop hunger with flow. Have confidence that you can stop hunger with flow. What kind of action, though, specifically? Sashu, right? Like, that's the big question. And we're talking about what do you think about life? Well, what I think about it is one can frame the question from a particularist angle. What do I think about my life? What do I think about how my specific life maybe informs us about life in general? Most people do that without even thinking, right? They just project their own frame of reference and assume it's universalizes.
Do you use the rest of the cards?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thanks.
I mean, you don't know what happens after death. Nobody does, King. So I try to go without sin as best as I can, and I seek forgiveness for my sins. But nobody knows what happens after we're dead. It's a hard, fast ceiling that we can't get any experiential knowledge of. So, as a consequence, nobody knows. I mean, the thing is, no matter how open my eyes are, or no matter how open your eyes are, none of us knows what happens after death. Yeah, there are native emotional linkages to suffering. We sort of implicitly resonate with other suffering in such a way that it makes suffering seem bad, even if somebody's not been taught any reasoning for that, right? I mean, I have things to believe in, King. I self-identify as a Christian. I pray. I use my faith for good purposes, right? To understand things that I can understand, but not through any other frame of reference. What happens after you die is not something anybody can understand. Prayer is not going to get you an answer from God as to what happens after you die. So, life is a game of die last. Whoever dies last wins. You want to live as long as you can and die last. Wow. Natasha prayed that her neighbors would shut up, and God literally tore down their walls the next day, and they've been gone ever since. Well, yeah, that's because you're wrong, though, King. You're wrong. Islam may tell you, purport to tell you what happens after death, but to believe that, you have to not understand the nature of words, capacity to understand things, epistemic, etc. You just have to be wrong in so many different ways. So if you want to know what happens after death, well, too bad. You don't get to. None of us do. You just have to work on your ambiguity tolerance.
So, Sashu, since you're Hindu, do you not kill any like insect or animal?
Only people. He only kills people.
Oh,
That's the rule for the Hindus. Yeah.
that's the rule.
Yeah. You can kill as many people as you want, but no cows. Cows you have to invite in and have a formal dinner for them. Why do Hindus like cows so much? Why do they respect cows so much? Like, it makes more sense that the ancient Egyptians had this weird obsession with cats. Cats, at least, are fluffy, very lovable. Lots of things about cats. It's understandable why you would kind of fetishize cats in your religion. But cows?
I mean, well.
Why are cows sacred? I can hardly think of a less sacred animal. You just walk around a field with flies on them and go moo, and they sort of like gather by in the same corner, just sort of looking dumb. You know, why why hold up cows as sacred? My religion. I'm gonna have skunks be sacred.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
They have the secret sacred art of self-defense, right? That nobody else thought was a good idea to pick up in the self-defense line. Everyone's like, I want claws, I want talons, beaks, sharp teeth, hard shell, I want to burrow underground, various other kinds of defense mechanisms. But the skunk was smart. It said, I want to buy skunky. And it totally won. Now skunks just walk around, no concern about anything.
You guys, should I pet Trouble? He doesn't like it, but I like to give him. He's getting used to it. But like, I really feel like petting Trouble. Do you guys think I should pet Trouble? Or is that asking for trouble?
I think you can probably get away with petting them. Okay, I get it. Cows provide milk, butter. I mean, chickens provide eggs, though. And eggs have more protein than dairy.
Yes.
So maybe you guys should think,
Meow. Oh yes. A majestic cat.
I agree. Cow tipping is mean. We're talking about utility of an animal. I think chickens, you get more use for less work and space. You get a lot of eggs out of 10 or a dozen chickens, and have less of an animal caregiving responsibility than a single cow. So if we're going to prioritize an animal as sacred based on their utility, I'm saying let's go with chickens. You can use their feathers to make pillows. You can use their eggs to eat them. You can eat their meat too.
That has a lot of utility right there. That animal.
Right. But I will concede that your explanation is not bad, Sasha. It's a good explanation. Yeah, obviously pushing over animals for no reason is mean.
Is mean. Yeah, I don't like. I never thought that cow tipping was a funny thing either. We didn't live by any cows, but we heard about cow tipping.
Free range chickens are called coyote food.
Oh, uh,
That's what free range chickens are. The fried pickle industry, the fried pickle people. You know,
ooh,
your fairs, your county fairs, your muggity meows, etc. Sometimes you get in a restaurant.
yeah. I worked at a restaurant that served fried pickles.
It's definitely a lot better than another fair favorite, chocolate covered bacon, which is just like, why am I eating this?
Yeah.
Fresh fish, Natasha. You need to learn to accept the rule of the truth, which is don't eat things that swim. There are only three good animals to eat: cows, pigs, and chickens.
Cows, pigs, and chicken. What
Yeah,
about turkey?
turkey's fine too. Turkey's fine. Okay. Cows, pigs, chickens, and turkeys. Those are the animals you can eat, okay? Don't eat other animals.
Like even like lamb meat, lamb meat, lamb meat. Like
That's gross.
tastes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gross. You don't want to eat sheeps. You don't want to eat sheeps. You don't want to eat goats or sheeps. Goat's milk, fine. Fine. What would I tell the
Oh, I
pescatarians?
like goat cheese.
I would tell the pescatarians, first of all, you're doing the most possible environmental damage because you're just eating things that live in the wild. You're not, unless you're eating only farmed fish, right? Humans should eat animals that they breed for the purpose of eating, not go out in the wilderness and find random animals that live out there and eat those. Let them do their thing. If we want to eat animals, we should raise them ourselves to eat. Isn't that reasonable? I'm sure you can get omega by something other than fish. Everyone's always talking about omega this, omega that. My mom was really into that bullshit dietary stuff, and look what it got her. Nothing except dementia. You're too poor to raise fish. Well, I'm too poor to raise fish too. Liam LCCY. Do you play Fortnite, dude? No, I don't play Fortnite. I'm Fortnite free for over 44 years now. I do like fishing. This is this is a contradiction implicit in what I say. I do like freshwater fishing, but I try to throw them back. You know, we should eat bananas, except all the good bananas are gone. Well, I've been around that long though, Daniel. I've been around for 53 years, so I've been Fortnite free for at least 44 years. Well, my mom didn't get dementia. My dad didn't get dementia. My mom did. So I don't know if it's hereditary or not. I don't think there's a lot of good clarity on exactly what causes it. You know, hopefully, if I were to get it, that by the time I get it, there's some kind of treatment or cure for it. You know, but I don't know. I've read a lot of different things about how one gets it, how one might prevent it. My mom did all the dietary and habit stuff that you're supposed to do to avoid dementia. Well, I mean, Sashi, in fact, my odds of getting dementia are either 100% or 0%, right? I'll either get it or I won't. Whether or not it links to genetics, that's a different question. And if it
Mm,
does link to genetics, it almost certainly doesn't play out odds wise like that.
I could get it.
You,
My grandma had dementia.
Rachel could get it. I mean, anybody could get it. I think if you live long enough, eventually, kind of everybody does get it. If you were to live to like 120 or something.
Or at least Alzheimer's. dementia, I think, comes along with like.
The point is, you start to lose your
Yeah.
mental
Yeah.
faculties after a certain period of
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Although some people make it all the way into their hundreds and just die and don't ever have that.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, my grandma's marbles were my grandma McCurgan. Her marbles were all there until till the end. Pretty much, her body is what went first. Her mind was really sharp, which was trouble. Like you couldn't just tell her things willy nilly because she would remember them.
you mean live streaming worsens dementia, or it causes it? It causes it. Well, I'm going to get dementia any second now. Yeah, it's a symptom. I mean, and that's the other thing is it's just not understood all that well.
No.
There are various kinds of dementia based on various kinds of causes, and at the end of the day, it's just not understood very well. Yeah, she did crosswords, Sudokus. I have played Minecraft, but I don't. I'm not a game streamer. Okay. Well, Natasha Godfrey Ashford. A lot of people think diet makes a big difference, but I don't really think so.
No, I don't think so. If your mom tried diet and that didn't help, I mean,
You know, my parents ate super healthy, or they exercised. They did everything you're supposed to do to preserve your well being in life as long as possible. Both of them lived until their 80s.
yeah, so they did do a good job of it.
You know, but it's kind of a depressing topic, I guess. Or Rat suggests people just eat dirt.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
I think exercise helps, but I nevertheless don't get much exercise. You saw somebody eat dirt and it scared you? Mother, I'm frightened. What has frightened you, Natasha? That boy is eating dirt. Well, Natasha, that boy can eat whatever he wishes. There's nothing scary about eating dirt. Should I eat dirt? No, Natasha. That boy's eating dirt because he wants to, not because he's been encouraged to by somebody else. And that's the story of how Natasha learned about dirt eating. You know, it's the number one food that plants eat.
Yeah, true, it is.
Yeah.
Well,
It's their most popular food. That and sunlight. You know, they eat sun particles, of course. You'd rather chew ice. Well, you haven't tried Eric's famous eating dirt. Eric's famous eating dirt is dirt designed just for eating. It's nutritious, delicious, and perfect for azaleas. What are we doing today anyway, Rachel?
we
Nothing?
have nothing to do.
We're just,
Isn't that good?
yeah, it's good.
We could go into town and get some drinks. Or, to Boot Jack and get some drinks. All I can think of that we need is drinks, but that's it.
Alright, well, let's tough it out another day or two without going anywhere. Maybe tomorrow I'll feel more inclined to deal with shit.
Honestly, if you don't, I don't mind calling and stuff.
Yeah, we
If
could
you mean.
do that, but the thing is now that we've decided we're not meowing the meow,
No.
then I think we should just nix the idea of relying on camera to help. Okay.
Okay.
Because what we'll do instead is um, I'll get probably when I call that place again and tell them, okay, let's make an appointment to get my car fixed, and he'll say, okay, well, let's tentatively make it for this day, but I'll let you know if it's late or early coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna try to sell the LCD Sound System tickets. We'll try to get money back from our hotel rooms and such. But I think we'll deal with that tomorrow. Okay.
Sure.
I just don't feel like dealing with
That's
it.
fine. It's fine.
It's like I'm still shifting gears emotionally, spiritually from
It's funny, like
our old plan.
it's got to be my SE fourth. I'm like, all right, we have a decision now. I wanna.
You want to finish all the work associated with it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm thinking I'm gonna have to go online to try to cancel the hotel rooms. You know, if I'm gonna have any chance of getting the money back, right? I could I could call the hotel.
I was gonna call. Yeah.
Well, if you want to call Wolf Creek and tell them we got to cancel it,
Yeah.
call
Okay.
them. You want me to look
Wolf
up?
Creek and then the Bend place too.
Yeah, sure. I don't remember what it's called.
Wolf Creek Lodge.
No, I don't remember what the binge place is called.
Oh, I don't either.
Bye, Sashi. Wolf Creek Inn. Here it is. Here's your phone number is where?
Okay.
I'm looking for the phone number.
I think I found something.
Here it is. 514-866-2474.
1541-866-2474. It's been disconnected.
Smart. Wolf Creek Inn phone number. You sure you dialed it right? You put the 1 first?
Yeah, I did. Hold on. I'll try it again. 2474. Hi, I have reservations for May 11th to cancel.
Okay, did you book it through us, through Expedia, or Hotels.com, or anything like that?
I think it was hotels.com.
Then you need to contact Hotels.com and do it through them. Unless you booked it through us directly, I can't cancel.
You know what? I think I did book through your website.
Yeah.
I booked through the Wolf Creek Inn
If you booked it
website.
through our website, then I can cancel it. But I'm not doing errands right now, so if you can shoot me an email, and then once I get back to my office, a couple hours, I'll go through the email and I can verify either way. You can email us at info@wolfcreekinn.com. Just give me your name and the date.
All right, cool. We'll do that.
All right, thank you guys.
Thanks. Bye. So, I guess it's time to email. Info@wolfcreekinn.com.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have? May 11?
Mm-hmm.
We have a room
Oh,
booked for one night,
May 11th to the 12th.
11th, checking out the 12th. A problem with the clutch on our Mini Cooper prevents us from completing the trip.
Sorry, trouble.
Alright, I just sent that there.
Okay.
Hopefully that works. We'll get a response where he goes, okay, I canceled it. Your card should be read me out or whatever. It seems like I'll probably get a I don't think the guy had a serious attitude problem. He's just in the middle of shit. One sub, one prayer for him. Okay. Dear God, I hereby pray for him. Amen.
Amen.
Not sure what that's all about, but that's fine. What is going on in the world of sports today? Anything of interest? Well, the A's come on not until the evening. We don't have any NBA until later. Not much of anything on. Couple, maybe one cartoon, I think, worth watching today. But I suppose I'll probably wrap this up pretty soon. Probably wrap this up and take a shower. Maybe rest a bit. I'm not sure. But I guess I should bring the trash cans in before I do anything else. Get a couple of tests done while I can. If you want to look in my email, Rachel, and figure out where the bin place was, where we booked it through, you can look in my email. Here, let me see if I can find it. Bend. Oops. Here. Look.
Oh. So there's a.
You probably have to go here and manage booking.
Okay.
But it's not available anymore. Well, it says we're not going to get any money back, but we should cancel anyway.
Okay.
We could go here,
Yeah.
see what it says.
Yeah.
You can see what you can do. If we don't get it back, we don't get it back. It's not the end of the world. Probably sign it up there with Eric Strauss. The right up the corner, yeah. Let's go get the trash cans. Might as well. Life is hard like rocks. Let's see if I can get you guys too. Might be a little overly. All right. I don't think Rachel's going to get any money back on our room, but it's possible. Well, because we were going on a trip. We're on a trip to see a band in Bend, Oregon. But now we're not going to do that anymore.
No refund.
Right. So did you call him?
I didn't have to call. It was all done online.
Okay.
And they sent you an email with the confirmation of cancellation.
Okay. It's possible that you don't get any refund. They end up not charging us some of the taxes or something. I don't know. We'll find out. This needs to go in the garage or in the car. These bags. Well, hopefully this week we only have 2 trash cans worth of trash. I'll move those bags over to the side. I'll move things into the garage. Okay. Can you carry that one?
Yeah.
It's light. I'll just put these over here. Well, we're not going on the trip after all because we're having car problems and they're proving more challenging to fix than we had anticipated in terms of getting it fixed in the time frame in which to allow us to go on this trip, because we tried to get it fixed. Then the guy's like, it's going to be 2 weeks before we can fix it because we have to import this part, and
You should even call them. Well, that can wait till tomorrow.
yeah, that's not so pressing. We've told Lou, we've told Wolf Creek, we've told Bend. The only other thing we could do is try to sell those tickets. It's raining in Portland and overcast. Well, it's lovely out here today, yeah. Should probably water these plants.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. It's hose time. Watch out for these caterpillars.
Oh, prickly caterpillars.
Yeah. Apparently, it's not good to touch them. I got it. This is how we water the plants, water the plants, water the plants. This is how we water the plants early in the morning. This is how we water the other plant here. Yes, it is. This is how we water the plants early in the morning. Okay. We're a real couple of Charlie and Cherry chore doers. Oh yeah, let's take it.
What plant grew like weeds, Lou?
All right, well, I guess we'll go Google how to resell my LCD sound system concert tickets. So far, we've gotten a lot accomplished.
Yeah, we have. We made a decision on what to do.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I need to put this in the garage. I'm tired of looking at it.
Oh, what are your pot plants? I didn't know you were growing pot. That's good.
Okay. And poll. The answer on the poll is no. No to fried pickles. Okay, now everybody voted yes. Change your position on it to obey the poll. We all must obey the poll. Okay. I don't have any such. Yeah. Done with that. Done with that. I guess we could watch some soccer. Might as well, but I need to go to the. It rhymes with Rathboom.
Rathboom.
Yeah, do you want to be in charge of this for a minute or two?
Sure.
I'm just going to go to the Rathboom. Then I'll be back. I had a nice crawling blower. That was helpful.
Did you?
Yeah.
That is helpful. That's good, Lou. His berry's gonna be stinky. You guys, I can set you up by the bathroom. I like fried pickles. Lou is right. Depends on like what kind of pickle. Like you don't want them to be too mushy, but it kind of reminds me of fried green tomatoes. And I had when I worked at a farm for a little while as a cashier, and one of the managers made fried green tomatoes once. They were really good. Oh no, that's terrible, Luminix. You have to bring them in because they'll get hacked down.
I have a wonderful time of having my butt in the big old blue thing and then come out with.
Ah, I hear you, Lou. What's up with the X's? Cabaduli that right now we have football, soccer on because there's nothing on TV for a little while. But I don't know what teams are playing. It's like packed though. Crazy how soccer is so much more popular like everywhere else. Oh, Manchester.
I did not poop.
Oh
It's
no.
fine. I had a big cold blow earlier. I thought maybe there was another poop in my butt, but there wasn't. It was just a little bit of air in my butt instead.
Just a little air? Not even a fart?
Well, I preferred it was air before it came out. After it came out, then it was.
Oh.
I just don't like that word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. I also don't like the word hamburger, but I sometimes say it anyway. Why don't I like that word? Too many R's. Who needs that many R's just to talk about having a hamburger?
Hamburger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm anticipating probably wrapping this up relatively soon. I thought I ended this poll, didn't I?
Meow.
What I was thinking is that it might be a good poll to say which is better, even though it's going to be 90%, 10%. Which is better, breakfast for dinner or dinner for breakfast?
It's a good question.
Obviously, it's breakfast for dinner. It drives home the fact that nobody wants dinner for breakfast.
Sometimes I have dinner for breakfast.
Sometimes you have it, like leftover, whatever.
Yeah.
Nobody goes to a breakfast place and orders dinner.
No.
What's better? Obviously, it's breakfast for dinner. But, sometimes poll results surprise me. I guess I closed it twice. I thought I had closed it already, yeah. But I'm not a Marlboro man anymore.
You think maybe today we could watch some House Hunters?
Yeah. That's really heartbreaking, Lou. That's horrible. Anyway. I no longer smoke cigarettes, so I'm not going to be having any Marlboro. I contradict myself. Like when? I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. That's how it is. Alright. I think it's getting on time to wrap this up. I think I might take a shower. Maybe we'll watch some TV first. Yeah.
I'd like to watch House Hunters if that's okay. It's been a while.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, I just misspoke in that case. If I misspoke and said that dinner for breakfast was better, that was just me misspoken. Breakfast for dinner.
Breakfast for dinner.
Yeah. All right. So even though there's only 4 votes, I'm going to end this poll right now because now I'm going to end the stream. Goodbye, everybody. Good night and good luck. I'm ready to meow.